Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. My name is Councillor Nora Gambioli, and as you can see, Mayor Sager is away today. And so I am the acting mayor this month. So I have the pleasure of chairing this public hearing. I hope everyone is here for the public hearing and not in the wrong room. Also, unfortunately, Councillor Lambert has been called away. So there are 5 of us here tonight. However, rest assured that Councillor Lambert and Mayor Sager are able to watch all of the public hearing at a later time. So they will be able to see all your comments, and they will also be able to read the minutes from the public hearing. The decision about this public hearing will not be made for at least 2 weeks, probably be on the agenda in 2 weeks' time. So we have, anybody ever been to a public hearing here in West Vancouver? Except for the 5 of us? Only 2 or 3 people have been to a public hearing. So I'm assuming who has never been to a public hearing? Right, in West Vancouver. Good, lots of hands. So just to explain, I will call the meeting to order in a moment, and then what will happen is there will be a presentation from our staff. There will be a presentation from the proponent, and then we will hear feedback from everyone who has signed up to speak. And of course, if you're here in person, you can sign up to speak over by the door. And my understanding is we have a number of people who signed up to speak by telephone. So we may be here for a while. And you have a maximum of 5 minutes to speak. And the 5 minutes will be up on that clock on the side, and it will be counting down so you can keep your eyeball on there. And then we won't have to cut you off at the 5-minute mark. But we will cut you off at the 5-minute mark. So anyway, welcome everybody. And I will call the meeting to order now at 5:04. And I will ask staff for their report.
Acting Mayor Gambioli, with your leave, I'll read out the public hearing procedure before the staff presentation.
I'm so sorry. Of course, I will
No
ask
problem at all.
the staff to go over the details of the hearing. Yeah.
Council is convening this public hearing to consider and receive submissions regarding proposed official community plan bylaw number 4985/2018, amendment bylaw number 5445/2026, and regarding proposed zoning bylaw number 4662/2010, amendment bylaw number 5444/2026 for the addresses 4430, 4450, and 4460 Woodcrest Road and 4504 Wood Green Drive. A public meeting will be held concurrently with this public hearing to receive submissions regarding proposed development permit 23-061 for those same addresses. Anyone who believes their interest in property is affected by the proposed bylaws and the proposed development permit will be heard and or may provide a written submission either in person or via email to correspondence@westvancouver.ca. No one will be discouraged or prevented from making their views heard. Council members may ask questions of you following your presentation, but council's function during this public hearing is to listen to the views of the public and not to debate the proposed bylaws and the proposed development permit. After the public hearing and concurrent public meeting has concluded, council may, without further notice, give whatever effect council believes proper to the representations. Your only opportunity to comment on the proposed bylaws is during this public hearing. Council is not permitted to receive further submissions once council has closed the public hearing. Council has received documents which are available to view, to the public to view. The binder is right beside the corporate officer here. A hard copy of these may be obtained from the corporate officer. They can also be viewed online at westvancouver.ca/news/notices. These copies do not have any items received after noon today. But council will be given those documents shortly. To maintain order and to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to be heard, here are the rules of procedure. A speakers list has been established. For those attending in person, you may place your name on the list at any time throughout the public hearing. If you are speaking from prepared remarks, council requests that a copy be provided to the corporate officer. To participate via Zoom, please phone 604-925-7004 and provide your name and telephone number to staff, who will add you to the speakers list. When it is your turn to address council, staff will allow you to unmute your microphone and turn on your webcam in order to provide you with your public input opportunity. Please note that staff are not in a position to provide you with a specific time slot when you register to speak, so we ask that participants who wish to address council be available for the duration of the public hearing. Council requests that you please begin your remarks by providing your name and the municipality of your residence. If you're speaking on behalf of some other person or organization, please identify the name of that person or organization. Please limit your remarks to 5 minutes and to the subject of the proposed bylaws and proposed development permit. Please be respectful to others. After everyone has spoken once, you will have an opportunity to speak subsequent times to provide additional information if you wish. Please follow the process outlined above to be re-added to the speakers list. If you have any concerns about the rules of the hearing, please address your comments to the chair. Council has received one written report regarding these bylaws and this development permit. As I mentioned, we have received 99 written submissions regarding these topics. The date for this public hearing was set on March 9 by council resolution, and the statutory notices were published in the North Shore News on April 1 and 8. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So now we'll move over to our planning staff for their report on this proposal.
Find the presentation. There it is. There we go. I think it's coming up. Good evening, Mayor and Council, members of the public. For consideration tonight at public hearing is a proposed townhouse development. The site is addressed with the addresses shown on the screen, and Mr. Cook already said those, so I won't repeat them again. You can see the site here. It's outlined in red. It shows the location of the site above the upper levels highway. The yellow arrows show pedestrian routes within the surrounding area. So the site is located quite close to a pedestrian underpass that provides access underneath the upper levels highway, providing pedestrian access to amenities like Rockridge High School, the Caulfield Shopping Center, and then to the north of the site, there's access that pedestrians have to Cypress Falls Park. This shows a closer in site plan showing the 4 existing parcels that make up the development site. The 3 parcels that you can see on the western portion of the property include existing single-family homes. And then the 4th parcel that's shown shaded in green at the easternmost edge of the site is currently vacant. That site is actually owned by the district. And one thing also to note about the site, you can see on the site plan here, the black dots that are shown, those show the location of existing trees on the site. The site does include quite a number of mature trees and trees across the site and mature vegetation. And you can also see that in the images on the screen there as well. So the proposal is for a 37-unit townhouse project. You can see a site plan on the top right portion of the screen there that shows the plan for the townhouse project. It's proposed to be configured into 4 townhouse buildings and then with an additional amenity building that would provide amenity for the townhouse residents. The proposal is centered around a central common courtyard area that would provide amenity space for the townhouse residents. And the proposed density or floor area ratio for the project is proposed at 1.05. The proposed building site coverage is 40%. And the project also includes underground parking that's proposed to be accessed from Wood Green Drive. You can see the access point with the red arrow on the screen there on the site plan. In terms of the parking, the number of vehicle parking stalls is 75 that's proposed. 68 of those would be for residents, and then 7 additional visitor stalls are proposed as well. In the underground, there's also bike storage that's proposed for residents. Just in terms of the surrounding edges of the site, one thing that's proposed as part of the development is to provide new sidewalks around the edge of the site on all of the road frontages. Also proposed is a pedestrian pathway proposed at the southern edge of the site adjacent to the upper levels highway. You can see that in the tan color. And that's proposed to be a new public pedestrian pathway through the southern edge of the site. And you can see that the townhouse, there's a rendering of the proposed townhouses on the bottom right of the screen there. For the townhouses, it's typical of townhouse development. They do provide street level entries for the units. And just continuing with the project, the diagram on the top right of the screen shows a typical configuration for the townhouse units. They are proposed to be 4 stories above the underground parkade level. With the configuration of the site and the design of the project really presents as 3-story from the surrounding streets. And you can see that in the rendering image on the bottom of the right there. Also, you can see on the left, that's the amenity building that's proposed for the residents in the townhouses. One other thing to note about the project is that the applicant did submit an arborist report initially that proposed removal of many more of the mature trees on site. In working through the project, the applicant is now proposing to retain over 100 of the site, the edge trees around the edges of the site, and that would provide for screening from the development from the surrounding area. As I said, this parcel 4430 Woodcrest Road, you can see it outlined in red in the aerial image. That's a small vacant piece of land that's district owned. The applicant is proposing to purchase that site to include in the development project. That process for sale of the land happens separately from council's consideration of the rezoning application, but just to note that staff have received an appraisal and the estimated market value of the site is $650,000, but the sale wouldn't be finalized unless council was to approve the rezoning. And that, as I said, happens separately from this consideration. In terms of the development project and in terms of relevant policy considerations, the project's being considered under official community plan policy 2.1.8, which includes the criteria that you can see here on the screen. I won't repeat all of them now, but staff have evaluated the project against the criteria, and in staff's opinion, it does meet these criteria to be supported. That includes things like considering sites that present a degree of physical separation from adjoining single-family homes, requiring demonstration to minimize impact to access, traffic, parking, and public views in the neighborhood, and then reviewing designs to support designs that positively contribute to neighborhood context and character. And as I said, in staff's opinion, the project meets these criteria. There's more information in the staff report that goes into more detail in terms of that analysis. The project also responds to the district's sustainable buildings policy, and the project would be required to achieve step 4 of the BC Energy Step Code along with zero carbon energy step code requirements. And then finally, the project responds to the district's public amenity policy, with the applicant proposing a community amenity contribution of just over $690,000. In terms of technical and design review, just starting with transportation, the applicant submitted a transportation impact assessment report. That's typical for this type of project, and staff reviewed that and generally accept and are supportive of the findings of the report. Specifically for traffic, the report and the consultant estimated the number of trips that would be generated by the development and concluded that with those trips in the AM and PM peak hours, that would result in minimal to no change to traffic operations in the surrounding streets. And the report also looked at the proposed parking and concluded that it would be adequate and in fact exceeds district requirements. And then finally, the report looked at the proposed park gate entrance and determines that it would be suitable and safe given sight lines, signage, and required speeds in the nearby area. And then in terms of the design of the project, the former design review committee reviewed the project twice, initially requiring resubmission. The applicant revised the project, and at the second meeting, the design review committee provided a motion of support for the project. And then more recently, the planning committee reviewed and supported the project. In terms of public engagement, the applicant hosted 2 meetings. Summaries of the feedback that they received directly from those engagements are included as appendices to the staff report, noting that council will be well aware that they've received many more pieces of correspondence directly, and Mr. Cook summarized that at the beginning of the meeting. Many in support, but also many with concerns. The concerns have really focused on the traffic and parking and pedestrian safety concerns with the proposed development, as well as concern about the perceived negative impact to the character of the area in terms of its existing single-family character. And then there's also been concern about the proposed tree plan in terms of tree retentions and tree removals. And then also concern about the existing infrastructure in the area not being able to support this type of development. So then just to conclude in terms of the staff presentation, subject to tonight's public hearing, staff are recommending that council approve the bylaws and development permit. As in staff's opinion, the project is consistent with relevant official community plan policies. It is supported by council's strategic plan to expand a diverse housing supply. And finally, generally, the project would deliver a missing middle form of housing in a site that, in staff's opinion, is suitable for this type of development, near to community amenities, transit, and highway access. And just one thing before, the applicant does have a presentation themselves as well for council, but there was a question that came up at the time when council set the date for public hearing. So I just wanted to answer that question now. So that was to do with infrastructure and the necessary upgrades for the project. So I did confirm that because of the existing infrastructure in the area being adequate to serve the development in terms of sanitary, water, and stormwater servicing, the only thing that would be needed for the development is just connections to those existing infrastructure. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so now we're going to take questions from council members, if there are any. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for bringing back the answers to infrastructure. The one question I didn't hear you draw out that I've seen a lot in our correspondence is the question around, if this is 3 lots, why are we going for 37 units as opposed to what would be mandated by the province, which is 12 to 18, depending on how you qualify the area?
Yeah, sure. Through the acting mayor to Councillor Thompson. So the reason that staff are supporting this proposal is generally because there is that policy that I mentioned in the presentation that allows consideration of missing middle housing projects, specifically for sites that are like this one. This one thing to note, and maybe I didn't mention this in the presentation, but it's kind of obvious from the site plans. The site is surrounded by streets, so it doesn't directly, it's not directly adjacent to any existing single family homes. It's obviously directly adjacent to the upper levels highway. It does have relatively convenient access to these various amenities in the area. And so in staff's opinion, the project meets the criteria to be considered for rezoning to a missing middle housing project. So that's different than the mandate by the province regarding small scale multi-unit housing. That mandate exists across all of the single family areas, not just these specific sites where, in staff's opinion, missing middle housing would be an appropriate form of housing that could go potentially beyond those numbers that have been identified by the province as being mandated.
Any other questions from council for our staff right now? Okay. Great. So we're now going to have a presentation from the applicant. And I just would like to note that when some of you come up to speak later, it's actually a bit of an intimidating moment to sit and address council. So we ask that there are no comments from the gallery, including clapping or cheering or any kind of murmuring, because it is pretty intimidating to be up here and to give your point of view. And not everybody agrees. So when the rest of you come to speak to council, let's please be as objective and polite as possible, and have respect for everyone who's come here tonight to speak. Are you ready?
Yes, we're ready.
Okay.
Good evening, Acting Mayor, Councillors. My name is Gurdeep Kainth. I'm a resident of North Shore and a longtime developer in the community. We're pleased to bring this proposal to the public. We've been working very hard with planning staff over a number of years now to bring this to where we are today. As Michelle pointed out earlier, we conducted 2 development information sessions. And in those sessions, we listened to the public, we've heard what they had to say and took that constructive feedback, made changes to our site, including reduction in density, retaining additional trees. Those were important things that we brought back. In addition to that, we've talked a little bit about the public safety realm. As Michelle pointed out, we have sidewalks fronting all street sides now of the development, including additional street lighting to address some of the safety concerns. There's a new public amenity with a walkway that also keeps public traffic or street traffic off the main roads, which is nice. So I should say pedestrian traffic, not street traffic. My consultants here are primarily from the architecture side who will address many of the other topics that we've made additional changes to. I think I'll just pass it on from there to Andrew from Segrist Architecture.
Andrew, Segrist Architecture, here with Dwayne Segrist from Segrist Architecture. Let's get in a little bit of context. Michelle did a great job outlining the site and where we are, but there's a couple items that are kind of significant to us architecturally, and that is the proximity to the park, as well as the proximity to Caulfield Mall, and obviously the tunnel that connects those two. The site sits on a little bit of a slope, which I can get into on the next slide here. A slope with trees surrounding it. So there's trees along the highway as well as along Wood Green Drive. So this image that you see here, if we look on the top left, these are some of the existing trees that are being retained. And then the bottom left, you can see from Google Street View, this is essentially right across from the existing bus stop. What we were showing on the top right is what the building would look like if the trees were completely removed. And what we were showing on the bottom right is approximately what it would look like with the trees retained and the building set behind the trees. Just showing that the buildings are set within the context and shadowed by the trees here. Getting into a little bit more of the site, as Michelle said, we're doing infrastructure upgrades around the site, including sidewalks, new sidewalks, and pedestrian movement pathways around the site, including a boardwalk connection on the south, which is not currently there. That will allow people to cut through there instead of going around the site if they're continuing from the west to the east. The boardwalk is definitely takes inspiration from a lot of our trails in the North Shore, including in Cypress Falls Park with pathways and boardwalks meandering through the trees and through the nature. As you can see from the image on the top, the pink and blue those are the buildings, and the yellow is the amenity. In between all of those, we have extensive outdoor amenity for the residents, and the little orange rectangle boxes are vertical egress. So we have 2 elevators and 3 stairs that allow access from different levels of the site. Of course, the site is sloped, so we have, depending where you are, around 15 to 20 feet from the south to the north. With that, we were able to take advantage of that slope and provide different types of housing. So for example, we have 3-story wood frame townhouses that are geared towards families with a concrete 1-story patio orientated 2-bedroom townhouse on the bottom. I'm just going to get into a little bit of these units. So just wanted to show this unit specifically because this is a very missing middle unit. So this unit would be accessible actually from the parkade. You have your private garage that you can drive into from the parkade, but it's secure. And then you just enter straight through your own vestibule into your 2-bedroom unit. The unit would also have a direct access to patio and the outdoors. So geared towards someone that wants a condo, maybe wants to downsize, but also wants to have the ability to have a patio with, vegetable gardens, all that kind of stuff. The next unit I want to show is something similar. It is also a patio ground level unit that has its own private garage and stairs up from that garage. So it's similar to the one before, but has some stairs. However, this unit is also can be accessible via elevator. So really accentuating those units that are mainly accessible and ground orientated on a ground with plants and patios. Getting into a little bit of the architectural inspiration, we took a lot of inspiration from nature, from the trees and from our setting and the context that we're in. And of course, everyone knows we're on the mountain, we're on the North Shore, we're even near Cypress Falls Park. So a lot of the tones and the hues of the colors and the materials that we used are inspired by the wood, by rock, by river, grays, browns, blacks. These materials allow us to fit into the context.
I'll wrap up at the end. I think I'd like to add just a couple of things to that, Andrew. We've had some comments back during our development information sessions from the public addressing concerns about sound. And I can speak to that on our part. As we get to the appropriate time, we would be engaging with an acoustical engineer. And some of my discussions with him thus far have included things like introducing triple glazed windows, exterior insulation, of course, retention of more trees helps sound. And in addition to that, there's through our discussions we've had with Ministry of Highways, there's also the consideration of extending their concrete fence line between the border of the slip road and our property as well. That's to be received positively. So those are other measures that we would take to address some of those concerns that are brought up. I think just to wrap up, what Andrew had mentioned earlier is this is a very unique site. The slope of the site allows us to sort of conceal our density and maintain that street character such that we do create a pedestrian realm. Improvements of sidewalks. We're also seeing the location of the parking entrance and having underground parking. The parking entrance is specifically designed over to the extreme southwest such that there's no lights shining on neighbors, and that certainly keeps the density of cars off of the street. The add of the amenity of the park-like connection between the two streets reemphasizes the pedestrian realm such that we can connect to that existing underground tunnel. But as Gurdeep mentioned, I think the acoustical issues have certainly been addressed and will be taken care of if we're unique enough where the site is on a plateau above the freeway, and he's volunteering the work with acoustical measures of sound walls if that's the case. I think one final comment, and we'll turn it over to you, is it's really in and around the site and the fit. I think the iterations in our work with planning, certainly with working with Michelle and team, was that there were several iterations as to how we best approach the site. And that essentially sort of resulted in our ultimate scheme here. Our site was certainly more dense in the middle, and we've eliminated a building in the middle of the site. And what that did is it, to our delight, is it allowed for more light, as you saw in Andrew's diagram there. And obviously opening it up and keeping that open amenity connections, not only from the street and these little leaky corners, we call them, where you can descend into the site, but the open space, the sunlight, and then connection to this park-like trail that you see on the south side. I'll turn it over to staff, and thank you very much for allowing us to make this presentation. And we're certainly available throughout the course of the evening for any further questions.
Okay, any questions from other councillors? Not right now. Okay, I have a quick question for you. Your amenity building. I'm assuming an amenity building is attractive for people who live there, but is it a necessity? I'm wondering how that relates to the costs of the units in the end, and whether that's really necessary, and could you decide to take it out if necessary before you actually build the project?
I can let my client talk about the money side, but I think to add amenity for us is actually doing several different things. It's really celebrating the use of the courtyard, getting people out of their units and using that central space. But it's also giving us the accessibility requirements that we're employed, the use of elevator. And at the same time, it sort of marks the end and it keeps any sort of density away from that corner.
Thanks, Wayne. I can further add a little bit about that based on my experience in other developments. We primarily build townhouses. I'm not a high-rise developer. And what you see in a lot of high-rise developments are a lot of different amenities. And we see that this missing middle housing misses that opportunity to provide some of those amenities for residents. And we're not talking pools or something that's heavy in maintenance. That's not our goal here. It provides for extra space to residents for hosting birthday parties or hosting gatherings. There's an amenity there for a gym space. Those are some popular items that we've seen in other developments in Metro Vancouver, and we brought those forward over here.
Okay. And I have one more question actually for staff, which I should have asked earlier. According to my math, the CACs would be 693,000 for the district. And also if this went ahead, 650,000 for the lot. So we would be, if this project went ahead, we would be looking at over 1.5 million for the district.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we at this public hearing, when the public hearing is closed at the end of our time together, there will be no other opportunity for the public or the applicant or staff to converse with council with any new information. So just so that you know, tonight is your opportunity before we close the public hearing to tell us your thoughts, and afterwards, in the 2 weeks that intervene between now and our decision, you are not allowed to contact us by email, by phone, or any other method to discuss this issue. So tonight is your time, if you haven't already submitted by email a letter, to let us know what you think. So and the same for questions for staff and the proponent. It's our last time as counselors to ask questions. So if any other counselors think of questions before the end of the evening, we'll ask them. Okay, thank you. So now is the time for the public to give us their thoughts. We have a huge long list of people who have signed up during the day to call in, as well as everyone who is seated here today. How many people do we have on our list from people who are here in person?
In person. I believe we're at about 30 people in person and 20 odd names via Zoom.
Okay, so if you do the math, and if everyone takes 5 minutes to speak, we're going to be here for at least 4 hours. So I would suggest that if you've already written us an email, that you may not want to join us to just read your email again, because that does happen. And you should know that we all read the emails that come in. We also all have them printed out for us. I'll show you the stack right here. We have them printed out for us, and we will be studying those and reading those again if necessary over the next 2 weeks. So not to say that you can't speak again if you've already written an email, but just think about that if you don't have the next 4 hours to sit with us. And I think what we'll do is start with, how about 5 people from the audience, and then we'll switch to a few people at home and who are calling in. Well, I don't know if they're going to be at home, but anyway, a few callers, and we'll see how that goes for now. And we'll work through the list.
Okay, very well. The first few names on the list then are Jeff Donahue, Kirk Lapointe, and Joel Hammond. Jeff Donahue, you're the first name on the list. Please have a seat. You've got 5 minutes to address council.
They underestimated how intimidating it is up here.
Right? Yeah, I know. I did it years and years ago and I'll never forget it.
So if you don't mind, I'll just read from my, so anyways, thank you, council and acting mayor for having us here. My name's Jeff Donahoe. And I believe this is a strong fit for the community because it brings a thoughtful form of housing to a site that is well suited for it. The proposal of 37 townhouses home is in a format that helps bridge a gap between single family homes and larger community projects, which I think is important and needed in West Vancouver. What stands out of the proposal is something you've already heard from the developer a bit. The design, the livability of the neighborhood, taking into account the neighborhood, the character of the neighborhood, and includes central landscaping, common area, play space, strong pedestrian connection, new sidewalk, and generous bike parking. It also retains more than 100 trees that I know that they've gone back and redone that. It also a project that can bring new homes to community without filling out of place. Again, based on the slope of the land and trees, I think it's well suited for that spot. Design was clearly considered how the buildings meet the street surrounding area, and it's great an opportunity for families and residents who are looking for affordable housing and options in West Vancouver. Overall, we see this as a well-considered project that adds needed housing and choice while respecting the character of the neighborhood. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
The next name on the list is Kirk Lapointe, followed by Joel Hammond.
Okay, one second, Councillor Cassidy.
Excuse me, may I just interject, please? As each speaker, would you please let us know your address? Thank you.
Sorry, just your municipality of residence.
Thanks.
Which one do you want? You want both?
We want your municipality of residence after your name, please.
All right. Acting Mayor and Council, good evening. My name is Kirk Lapointe. I'm a resident of West Vancouver. I want to make a short, simple point about the public process here today. You've got a full house and you have people online, but you could have a lot more people participating. When the district schedules a contentious public hearing for 5 p.m., it is asking residents to participate during work hours, commuting hours, family dinner hours. That may suit the institution. It doesn't suit the public. On a matter like this, people who show up, prepare remarks, or log in online are already making a really significant effort. They shouldn't also have to choose between civic participation in their jobs, their childcare responsibilities, or their family obligations on something of such significance with an indeterminate schedule as we have this evening. And yes, electronic participation helps, but a Zoom link doesn't fix poor timing. Technology can make it easier to join. It does not make people more available at one of the busiest times of day. If the district wants meaningful public input on contentious matters, it has to start scheduling hearings when residents can reasonably attend. That means the evening, not the dinner hour. Many other communities are doing so, and tonight's council agenda is quite light, for instance. You have loads of correspondence. You knew what kind of a build-up you'd have to this and what kind of attendance you'd have. It could have easily been conducted ahead of the public hearing. So this is not about guaranteeing agreement. It's about demonstrating respect for the people affected by these decisions. A hearing should not merely be technically accessible. It should be realistically accessible. And good process is not just what happens once the hearing begins. Good process starts with giving people a fair opportunity to take part on matters of significant neighborhood interest. 5 p.m. is not a fair opportunity. So my request is straightforward. Adopt a standard practice of scheduling contentious public hearings in the evening. That would be better for residents, better for legitimacy of the process, and better for public confidence in the decisions that are going to follow. if residents, if council wants residents to believe their voice matters, it should hold hearings when residents can realistically be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just add that it would be great if people, that was technically not on topic. So I'm a little concerned. We don't want to get people, speaking about issues that are not the issue. Having said that, just to say, we have, gone back and forth on this, and I'm going to suggest that the issue is that when we start later, like we used to start at 7, what happens is that we start running into 9 and 10 o'clock at night, and then the people who are, have day jobs might be able to come, but no offense intended, the seniors are falling asleep and they want to go home. And so we haven't been able to accommodate those people when we hold meetings a little bit later. I will say that Vancouver, I think, starts a lot of their public hearings at 9 o'clock in the morning. So anyway, but we will take that information or concern under advisement and discuss it with staff, see if we can make some improvements. Okay, thank you. Next person in person.
The next 3 names on the list are Joel Hammond, Ava Hammond, and Ryan Donahoe.
Can you hear me if I stand? Is that okay?
The only problem with your standing is that then YouTube picks up your crotch and not your face.
That's no good.
So
Well,
it's
sit down.
not.
I don't want to make this more
it's
humorous
not
than it needs to
ideal.
be.
It's-
I'll sit down.
It's not ideal. Yeah.
Thank you very much. First of all, I wanted to thank actually the developers that have put a lot of time into this, all the neighbors and residents. Obviously, these things are all contentious, and the municipality gets to hear all the sides and viewpoints. I want to make one comment. Obviously, I've written to all of you already. However, I'd like to say that we're in West Vancouver. Middle class doesn't typically live here. And I want to just take the missing middle out. It doesn't exist in this area. We work to come here. We work to be here. We work for the school systems here. And for those of us that aren't trying to skirt it by coming in to use the school systems in our area, this area is somewhere we aspire to be as single family residents. And when we buy our properties here, which our realtors are very happy to do, they love the fact that we are so excited in some markets to bid against each other, and in other markets still to be desiring the property that we have, whether it be an architectural property or a beautiful view home, of which there are many, or part of a community that may enjoy raising people. As West Van says, we want to know what to do to keep children here. Well, part of it is single family neighborhoods that don't exist throughout the rest of the Lower Mainland. As a multi-generational family all over the Lower Mainland, I can tell you the other areas are nowhere near as wonderful and attractive for single family purchasers than here. We currently have an RS10 zoning in our neighborhood, of which we made sure of before we came in. There are 2 homes. I don't know what you think adjacent means, but I want to address that immediately. Adjacent is something I think beside, and if I'm wrong, there's a journalist who probably tell me what adjacent means, but directly beside, I would go with adjacent. I am literally directly beside it. I'm in a Ron Tom 1962 home that is on a cliff that looks at this entire project. Now that aside, people would think I'm here to say it's terrible. No, I think West Van needs development. In fact, the Sewell's project, as contentious as it was, probably improved a lot of Horseshoe Bay. And many of the things that the Guinness family is doing, whether you like it or not, they made a great deal for that bridge. And the development of the North Shore looks beautiful in a lot of those areas, and the density being provided on the way to the ski hill is lovely. The density in Ambleside is magnificent, and there are the abilities to deal with it from a sewage capacity, water capacity. Let's also talk about trash, recycling, etc. capacity. So this particular area is not that. This is Cypress Park Estates. I know you guys have let the sign dwindle to almost nothing, but it is a beautiful single family area. Some of the councillors may even live close by or have lived there at some point in their lives. Our children go to Glen Eagles and to Rockbridge and love it. They walk past these already dangerous locations every day, and we take our lives at risk at exit 4, as you do too when you come over to Caulfield Village. However, that aside, it is still one of our favorite areas in all of West Vancouver to live, and we have chosen to be there, not to tear down our home or threaten you with the tear down of our home for high densification on our lot, but instead, with my minute and 30 seconds left, I'm going to suggest to you, it is an area that all of us enjoy, that spend their time in the park, which is about to get busier, I'm assuming, with some of the towers that will be planned both from First Nations and from the existing Guinness family up on the way to the ski hill. However, it is lovely. It is single family. And we're talking about a lot of things, but we're putting the cart before the horse here. Currently, we have a zoning of RS10. Is that correct? Is this meeting tonight to change the zoning of the area is what I'm more curious in, as opposed to what the project ends up being, because there must be some zoning that leads us between a single family home to a density that's a reasonable density. And that's where I speak to the people here that are for pro. I appreciate a lot of people may want to let their property get redeveloped into something that is more appropriate for the neighborhood and appropriate for the school, for Rockridge, for Caulfield. So I must say that I do oppose the change of the zoning of the area as a resident here. And I look forward to the council doing their elected duty to represent those that actually live here in the neighborhood that is affected by it, adjacent, or whatever word you'd like to use for it. And also height restriction wise, people care about trees a lot, but they care a lot more that areas fit with the housing around it. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Eva
Thank
Hammond,
you.
pardon me.
Sorry, thank you. And I'm assuming from what you said about where you live, that your municipality is West Vancouver. And I will also just clarify that when we talk about the word missing middle, I think it gets used a lot, but it's not in reference to a financial position. It's not in reference to the age demographics of the municipality. It's actually in reference to the type of building structure that we have. We have a lot of single family homes in West Vancouver. We've actually got a lot of apartment towers, and there's not a lot in between. So that's what we call this form of housing, sort of townhouses. I'm going to call it townhouses. We say missing middle. Am I right, staff? More or less?
Yeah, that's generally correct. Yeah.
Just to clarify. So let's,
It's not money.
it's not money.
Okay.
It's the form of the home. Yeah, so let's just all be on the same page with that. Okay, sorry, staff, a couple more and then we'll take some by phone.
Eva Hammond, followed by Ryan Donahoe.
Hello.
Hello.
That was my father before me. My name is Eva Hammond, and I oppose this rezoning as well as this building. As a grade 10 student of Rockridge who lives in this community and will continue living here, I can proudly say that I enjoy the convenience and accessibility of being able to walk to and from my chosen secondary school. However, with this rezoning and the increased traffic flow and density, this puts all of us, students, teachers, pedestrians, and many others who decide to use an eco-friendly mode of transportation at a greater risk. This includes the crossing to the bus stop on the opposite side of the road and walking to houses further up the mountain, as of where I live. To conclude, I enjoy walking up the safety in my single-family neighborhood. Thank you, and I appreciate your public service to maintain the safety of West Vancouver's new generations.
Thank you, Ava. You're very brave for a grade 10 student. Wow. Okay, let's have one more speaker and then over to the phones.
Ryan Donahoe.
Ryan, could you say your last name again or the last name again?
It's Donahoe.
Donahoe. Okay, thank you.
Hi there. Thank you for having me, council.
And your municipality, Ryan?
I'm a resident of West Vancouver for the last 5 years.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to say that I'm for the development. I feel like with regard to housing availability, West Vancouver can use more multifamily developments for people that want to live here and want more space than a condo, but can't afford a single family home. I think the architectural aesthetics are strong, appears to be a good design and fitting for the community in general. And as someone that runs a prominent landscape architecture firm here in Vancouver, I can speak to the landscape for context to the landscape. Appears to be there is a good attempt to retain the existing trees on the site, which I think is great. And I think it has nice curb appeal. It's providing good circulation and amenities for the end user, and the rooftop patios are a great feature for the units themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's see if our technology is working tonight.
Thank you. The 5 names that we'll go through via Zoom. We'll start with Danielle Fenton, followed by Charlize Fenton, Nigel Bester, Ziba Bozorgzadeh, and Ming Gao. Charlize Fenton, I don't see you online, so if you haven't yet joined up, please do. Danielle Fenton, you have 5 minutes. You should be able to unmute your microphone now and your webcam if you wish. Danielle Fenton, you are promoted to be a panelist. This is your opportunity to address council. I see your hand is up. You'll just need to unmute your microphone and turn on your webcam if you have one. You're on mute. Okay, so
Anybody read lips?
if you cannot unmute your microphone, then perhaps we'll go to the next speaker. I'm guessing Charlize Fenton is in the same household. We'll maybe circle back to you again. I'll give you some time to figure out where the unmute button is. And I do see a Charlie Fenton. I will try to promote that as the next speaker. I see that Charlie Fenton did accept the promotion. You'll need to unmute your microphone, turn on your webcam. If not, we'll give you a few minutes and maybe cycle through the next speaker. The next speaker is Nigel Bester, who is in the attendee list.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Sorry. Would it be possible for my mother to also speak through my computer? Danielle.
Absolutely, yes, please proceed.
Okay, she's gonna go first. Hi, my name is Danielle Fenton. I am a resident of West Vancouver. I oppose this development. I grew up in this neighborhood and returned to raise my family here. We chose this area for the same reason my parents did 40 years ago. It is quiet, safe, and peaceful. Cypress Falls Park is already at risk of overuse with the new development going on off of Cypress Bolt Road. This development that we're speaking of now will put further stress on the ecosystem of our pristine park. I'm going to skip through a few things because you guys have talked about it. With regards to infrastructure and traffic, the approval of this proposal would add as many cars as you've mentioned, 50 to 75 cars, in a small section of the neighborhood. The traffic study has to be inaccurate in estimating that there's only 12 to 16 extra trips at peak times. My question is, do you think that most new residents will be working from home? Currently, there is a gridlock westbound on Westport Road at 8:30 every weekday morning from the exit to Rockridge School. It is dangerous to come off of the highway at the Caulfield exit at this time of day. In fact, there's almost always a very near rear end accident because people have to pull off onto the shoulder as they come around the corner on the highway westbound. The proposed density would only exacerbate this problem. And my other concept argument is that it is said to be built on 4 lots, but as you've shown, it is a fallacy that it's not 4 lots. It's actually only 3 residential lots. And it feels misleading as that 4th lot or parcel that you've spoken about, and I walked it today, is merely a triangular stand of trees on a cliff and definitely not big enough to even build a single family residence on. And my last, I'm going to leave this with a question, if you could please answer out of curiosity, speaking of this middle unit type of housing, what price will these units be going to the market at? And is that actually mid-level housing? Thank you.
Is there a second speaker?
There is a second speaker, Charlie Fenton or Charlize Fenton.
We'll ask, we'll ask
Yes.
that question in a minute.
Please go ahead.
Okay, hello, my name is Charlie Fenton and I live in West Vancouver. So I'm 16 years old and I personally firmly oppose this development. I've lived in this neighborhood my whole life. It's a very peaceful and very nice and like quiet area. And this development will change that completely by making the area much busier. I like to walk my neighborhood a lot and I won't feel safe with this many new strangers around as well. Also, I really think that 37 new households on only 3 residential lots is quite absurd. Okay, thank you.
The next speaker will be Nigel Bester. I'll just promote that speaker next. Go.
Everyone can see how much fun we had during COVID.
Go ahead. Okay, there you go.
Hi, my name is Nigel Bester. I reside at 4627 Woodburn Place. And we have lived there for almost 40 years. We've raised our family, and so we are longtime residents. During the time, our neighborhood has experienced considerable growth, including the addition of multiple houses, businesses, and high schools, and a shopping mall. The infrastructure has not kept pace with development. The area is almost entirely devoid of sidewalks and street lighting. Before any additional high-density housing is proposed, council needs to address these deficiencies to make the area safe for our children and community. Thoughtful planning must come before this development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I will now promote the next speaker. First name Ziba, last name Bozorgzadeh. I apologize for mispronunciation. Should be able to join in just a minute. You can turn on your webcam and your microphone. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity, and you the spelling was perfect and spot on. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing us to speak up. I am Ziba Bozorgzadeh. I live on 4575 Woodburn Drive. I'm pretty much echoing the previous lady. It was a Danielle Fenton. I lived here. I came here almost 40 years ago, well, back in 91, with my family, with my parents, and then moved back again to raise my own family. And we chose this area because of the pristine, quiet neighborhood that it is. And it's a lovely neighborhood. That corner in particular is a tricky corner. You could have chosen any other maybe, but that you've got cyclists, you've got pedestrians, you've got cars trying to speed up through that sort of corner up until like to gain speed momentum onto Woodburn Drive, with a bus then on the other side coming in, joining onto 45. It's a tricky, it's like, already we need to be mindful of the safety of everybody that goes through that pathway. And I don't know, again, what that 12 and 16 numbers came from, 37 units, an average family of 4, 2 adults, let's say 2 kids. You need 1 car per adult. We've tried it, 1 car does not work. So you need 2 cars. So we've got about 74 cars added to this neighborhood instead of maybe the 3 that's already there, or 4 or 6. So that is a huge increase. So that 12 and 16 just put me on a guard, thinking that maybe our intelligence wasn't questioned. But aside from that, the infrastructure, it's not supporting this amount, this number of additional households. Maybe you can break down the lots into 3 or 4, but 37 is quite a lot. So thank you for hearing me out, but I do oppose the rezoning and the development that is proposed. It's beautiful, but it's just too many households added to this particular corner here. And with kids walking to school, and with with all that is with the elderly, with the young kids, we've got skateboarders, we've got cyclists. We have to be mindful of what kind of traffic we're introducing. And again, the parkade didn't see, is there, but 7 visitors, you're allowing for amenities like birthday parties. Already we have issues when families have gatherings, large gatherings, and cars get parked on the side of the street, which becomes dangerous to pass them by. So again, imagine having, guests over on Saturday and Sunday nights or evening on Friday nights. That area is going to be heavily congested. Anyways, I think I'm done. Thank you very much for hearing me out.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the list for Zoom is Ming Gao. However, I do not see that name on the list of attendees, neither by first or last name. The name after that is Ran Yao. I do not see a Ran Yao either. First name is spelled R-A-N. Yeah, well, at the, shall I go back to the in-gallery?
Well, we're just coming to number 5.
That's right.
On the list, and you say they're not showing up.
Correct. However,
Okay.
there is
Yeah.
a name Scott Han, so we could get to 5 speakers. He's online.
Okay, let's go with Scott, and then we'll go back to the people here in 3 dimensions.
Wonderful. It looks like Scott Han has accepted the invitation to join the webinar as a panelist. Shouldn't take more than a minute. Or hopefully not a minute.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Hi, I'm Scott Ham. I'm a local resident of West Vancouver and also the Cypress Estate and the Caulfield neighborhood. I'm strongly opposed to the proposed townhouse development. Our community has always been defined by its quiet environment, natural surroundings, and the low density character. And this project would fundamentally change that. And the density being proposed is far beyond what the area was designed to support. Our road, water system, and the salvage infrastructure were built for single-family homes, not a high-density cluster. So adding the 37 units would create a significant strain, increasing the congestion in a already narrowed corridor, and raise real safety concerns for the residents, children, and pedestrians. Approving this project would permanently alert the character of our neighborhood and set a precedent for more high-density rezoning in the future. I respectfully urge council to reject this application and protect the long-term well-being of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker in chamber is Eric Fiss, followed by Salim Nader.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Eric Fiss. I'm a resident of the Western West Vancouver. Actually, I live on Dufferin Avenue, and we have a strata development at the end of our dead-end street. And I hardly actually ever notice a real impact of traffic from that development. And it's very obvious because they have gates to come in and out, and they're almost always closed. And even when they do have parties, there's sufficient on-street parking in the neighborhood for those parties. And again, we're looking at a very unique development site here because it is along the highway. We have a tradition of townhouses. If we go just west of Salmon House on the hill, you have townhouses along the highway. It's easier for townhouses to mitigate the impact of highway noise than if you have single family houses there. So this is a unique site. It's not about completely densifying the neighborhood. I'm supporting this proposal. Again, I'm familiar with the location because Caulfield Village is my neighborhood shopping center. My sons both attended Rockridge. I've had friends in the neighborhood. I often drive on that back local road to get from Brian's fruit stand to Brian's, yeah, to Safeway. So anyway, this is a good project because it expands the diverse housing supply with the townhouse form of development. It's going to increase the supply by replacing 3 single-family homes with 37 new homes. It provides large 3- and 4-bedroom units which are suitable for families. It provides missing middle form of housing and density on a unique site fronting the upper levels highway. It's an extremely walkable location with well within 15 minutes of transit, shopping, services, secondary school, and parks. You couldn't pick a better location for a strategic impact, a strategic input of density. It'll improve the access to the pedestrian underpass that connects Woodcrest and Woodgreen to Rockridge and Caulfield Village. It proposes infrastructure upgrades to the public realm, the sidewalks and underground sewers. It will eliminate 2 driveway crossings on Woodcrest Road. So that'll be a great safety improvement. It'll pay the development cost charges to support infrastructure and transit upgrades to improve pedestrian and vehicular safety. It's proposing the voluntary contribution of a community amenity contribution, as noted earlier, $693,000 to support future amenity projects in the district. It's proposing to purchase the undevelopable surplus property at 4430 Woodcrest for another $650,000 from the district. So there is this history of townhouse development along the highway. This is a unique site. I think we should support this in this particular unique location. Thank you.
The next speaker on the list is Salim Nader, followed by Heide Direction.
Good evening, Acting Mayor and Council. My name is Salim Nader, and I'm a civil engineer and a resident of West Vancouver. I'm here to express my strong support for the proposed townhome development on Woodcrest Road. Like many residents, I've seen how limited housing options make it difficult to put down long-term roots in this community. Single-family homes are simply out of reach for many people. This project offers a more attainable path for home ownership. In fact, developments like this are the kind of opportunity that make it realistic for people like me to consider buying a home in West Vancouver for myself and my family. I respectfully urge Council to support this proposal. Thank you.
Heide Direction, followed by Paris Shahi.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for having me to speak, allowing me to speak, and I never speak in front of other people before, but as a person who recently retired and want to downsize, I got so excited because I love Caulfield area. I have a friend that are living there. And I think to me, as a person who likes to move in a place that is smaller and friendly, near the small, mall, is a good opportunity. And I like it very much. And we are excited that this project happened. I seen the plan. And I loved to happen. That's all I can say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, where the last 2 speakers were from. I
Oh,
don't
right.
think
I'm
that should be
sorry.
stated.
I think the last speaker before this speaker said he was from West Vancouver, right? And sorry, the last speaker, do you live in West Vancouver or? Okay, okay, who's next? Yes, yes,
Easy to say I live in West Vancouver,
yes.
whether one does or whether one doesn't.
Yes.
So historically speaking, when we have a speaker come up to the podium, we ask for them to give their complete address.
Yes,
Thank you.
and we ran into problems with that a number of years ago during our Beeline issues because there can be some repercussions for giving your exact address. So I'm not going to ask for anyone's exact address tonight, but I would ask you please to come and state your name clearly and tell us if you live in West Vancouver. Okay, thank you. Who's next? Councillor Cassidy.
It is important when some of these individuals come up to speak, one can have a direct impact on their lifestyle by this development. And for other people, it may just be a conversational piece, which they support the project, which for various reasons, but it's not really going to impact their direct life and the quality thereof.
Okay, so I'm going to just refer to staff because I think it's actually illegal for us to ask that question, and I'm going to confirm with staff.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. To Councillor Watt, or to Councillor Cassidy, apologies. We cannot request that information. Members of the public may voluntarily provide their address, but in accordance with the Freedom of Information and the Protection of Privacy Act, we don't want to collect that information. It is a public meeting, so if you do state your address, that is on public record.
Okay, so we're moving on. Who's next?
The next speakers are Parviz Shahi, and I'm afraid the next name after that is very hard to read. I'll try to make sense of it in the next few minutes. Parviz Shahi.
Got to write clearly when you sign up on that form. I should have said that earlier.
Good evening. My wife just spoke just recently. I'm from North Vancouver, and I'm living in the house. I would like to down house and come to the smaller place. I see the plan and I really love it to move here. And for me and my wife, both of us living in the house is a pretty huge house. Would like to come to the townhouse, and since I seen the plan, I really love it, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Less than 1 minute. Awesome. Okay, who's next?
I'm going to take a guess. It's Ghaziar Bari. Ghaziar Bari. Looks like GAS or GASIA. Gazia. Going once, going twice. The name after that is David McCaffrey.
Wow, I feel like I want to stand.
Mhm.
My name's Dave McCaffrey. I currently reside in sunny Steveston, British Columbia. Long-term resident here. A little history. I used to work for BC Rail. I took trains through West Vancouver, and it's on the engineering side of things. And I always dreamt about living in West Vancouver, the Caulfield area, Horseshoe Bay Area. As a young man, I couldn't afford that, but now in the later stages of our life, my wife and I are looking to downsize. This Caulfield area is a beautiful area. It has the affordability with this new development. Yes, ownership in West Vancouver, anywhere in British Columbia is expensive. Some areas a lot more than others. And it's an opportunity for people we're looking forward to downsizing. We love the mountains, we love the water, we love hiking, biking, and the North Shore is accessible to all that, including Whistler. And I get people are afraid of change. Every day in our life, we go through change. Sometimes for good, sometimes for worse, but you know what, usually it's for the better. So sometimes we just have to accept change. It's going to happen whether we like it or not. Thanks for your time. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Acting Mayor Gambioli, we've gone through 5 names in chamber. I don't know if you'd like to proceed
Yeah, I think we're on a bit of a roll in chambers, so let's do another 5, and then we're gonna consider whether we should slip in our regular council meeting agenda. Are people from the sailing club here? Just outside, okay. Well, we'll go ahead for another 5 speakers.
Perfect. The next name is Darren DaCosta, followed by Matt Warinen, and then Ryan, no last name provided. Darren DaCosta.
Good evening, Darren DaCosta, 1591 Haywood Avenue, just up the street, the Clegg House, you may recall. 2.5 years ago, I came to council to discuss our redevelopment project, and I'm pleased to tell you it's completed, except for the grass, which is taking a while. One of the things that's come up here is a discussion of the missing middle, and that's something that we tried to address with our project. Let's talk about what that looks like in our neighborhood now. We have Maggie and her 2-year-old as tenants in the Clegg House in our garden suite. She's a highly educated West Vancouverite, a kind and polite person. She's a Henry. Do you know what a Henry is? High income, not rich yet. Okay. These are the types of people that need opportunities in our community. These are educated people. These are people coming and looking to be close, in this case, to her parents. Infrastructure, if that's the major hurdle here, can be built. You can build sidewalks. You can build crossing lights. Opportunities are a bit harder. We need more projects like this generally. Therefore, I'm in support, and I believe council should be as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next name on the list is Matt Warinen. I may have mangled that name. There we go.
Correct. Hi, Matt Warinen. Thanks for having me. I live in the Caulfield area, and I'm in favor of it. And I'm in favor of because of the affordability. And I'm going to make my list short, so less than a minute, because almost everything else that's been pro for it has already been mentioned. But for affordability, all my kids went to school here, and they all want to stay here and live here. And when I looked at this, I went 37 units. One of the other speakers that was on Zoom asked about the pricing, and I didn't get what the pricing is, but I know it's a lot less than what our house is worth. So then I said, I have 3 kids, and this will make it affordable for the next generation. That's it. Thank you.
The next name is Ryan, no last name provided.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. My name is Ryan Wolfen. Sorry for not putting my last name on there.
Could you spell that?
Wolfin. And so I'm a resident of the District of West Vancouver. I want to start off by saying I have been born and raised in Caulfield. I attended Caulfield Elementary as well as Rockridge Secondary. Spent like countless hours in Cypress Falls, Cypress Field, and Caulfield Shopping Center, and have really benefited from this experience growing up here. And I'm strongly in favor of this development, as this is a place that I would see myself coming back to in the future. And currently priced out of the market as a young person, West Vancouver is astronomically unaffordable. And so this development would give me and my peers alike a chance to be a part of the community that we grew up in. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next name on the list is Jamie Cara, I believe. Jamie Cara. And the name after that on the list is Paul W. I think that's a W. Paul W dash dash. Okay. The next name on the list is written in cursive. Perhaps it says Jamie Shahan or Stahan. It might not say Jamie at all.
Oh dear. Well, if we can't read your writing, you're going to the bottom of the list.
And
That's torture.
Do you mind? And that's the end of the names I have on this list. The corporate officer is fetching the next one. But again, if there's
Fantastic. Okay.
Jamie Cara, no. Brett Braid, that's legible. You got the easy one. Brett Braid, there we go.
Okay, Brett, you're the last in-person person for now, and then we're going over to Zoom.
Hello, thank you for listening to me. And I am a resident of West Vancouver. I live at actually the site. This was a dream of mine to be able to stay in place. And I felt that I have a bad back, and that's nobody's fault but mine. But so I can't look after my own house. And I hire people to look after the landscaping and the yard and the house itself. And it makes it very difficult for me to continue living in the house and looking after all those amenities. It's just overwhelming. And my vision was to actually stay in place and hopefully turn it into a townhome. And this is where we are today. And I'm very shy to speak in public, as you can tell. So there's been many neighbors come to me, some against, but some have come, and there's quite a few that want to stay in place as well. And they're older and seniors, and I have retired. And these seniors that have come and knocked on my door that want to buy a unit, I feel that this is the whole purpose of this exercise, is for actually the community and the people that live in West Vancouver to actually stay in their homes or stay in the area that they've grown up in and live in from young to old. So I don't think there has been anything in this community, whether it was Cypress Park or Caulfield, I don't think that there's been another townhouse development site for possibly 30 years. And this is like crazy. It's mind-boggling that there's all these people in this community that want to stay here, but they don't have an alternative, so they have to leave. So I would like to stay in my home, and I wish you guys would support this. Thank you.
For that person.
Yeah. Mr. Braid, may I ask you a question? Would you mind coming back up?
Sure.
I can appreciate your conceptualization of this project, and I've heard from staff of why they're supporting 37-unit home. Can you give us a bit more perspective of why you feel 37 units is what you need to achieve on the site?
I'm not the developer.
Oh.
I have nothing to do with it.
Then disregard, sorry.
So, but the reason that I've been told is it makes it more affordable because there's a set cost to building.
Yeah.
And I understand that the cost to build there's the land cost, the cost to purchase, then there's the building cost. If you put 18 units there, the units are going to be this much more. If you put more, it's less per unit cost per door.
Yeah.
So the more units, like he wanted 44 and you guys said no, and they reduced it to 37 by, I think it was the district suggested to go less. And so that is being able to make it more affordable for people like me and seniors and younger families to be able to afford a unit. That's why I think that it's 37.
Thank you. Yeah. There's Oliver in there.
Yes. Councillor Cass, did you have a question?
I do.
for her?
So just for clarification's point, so many people here have seen this as going to be an entry point financially into the West Vancouver real estate market. So I'm very curious for the proponents of the project to basically state, of course, I understand that costs are going to go up and, nothing is set in stone in this world. Approximately what price would you be contemplating for the various units?
To the acting mayor, Councillor Cassidy, I'll do the best to answer your question. I think you kind of hit on a soft point right there, is that it's hard to determine the cost of construction, especially when I don't have a timeline as to when I can actually start to think about when this would get into the ground. But if we took a projection of another 18 months, I don't know what the timelines would be. That's a direction I suppose I'll get from you guys later. Where do we hope to see? My history of being buildings in Metro Vancouver have always been what I try to deem as affordable luxury. I'm not building anything I personally would not live in, but the cost points are important. I'm not trying to break record prices. That's not our goal here. We want to provide a high finished quality residence that can deem to be affordable. So where do I see this lining up? If I was selling today, I would expect the price to be around the $1,250 a square foot mark is what I would expect it to be. But again, I wouldn't want to be held to that. It's hard to tell you what that looks like in a couple of years from now. But that's what we've been doing for many, many decades now.
Okay, so for my simplistic brain, what would you say in dollars and cents if you did the multiplication that you would be talking about from your smallest unit to your largest unit?
Sure. I think when Andrew had given his presentation, he showed you a couple of layouts, and
Yes.
I would like to just come back to those. So what he showed you there were what we call garden layouts. Those units are based on one single level. On top of those single level units, which are made out of concrete, the above units are on three levels with a rooftop deck. So they offer a diversity form of housing for either downsizers or people growing families. The smaller units in the garden size are roughly 1,280 square feet to maybe 1,350 to 1,400 square feet, depending on which part of the building is in. The other units, which are spread over 3 levels, are more like 1,400 and some as large as 1,800 square feet. So I haven't brought my calculator here, but I would say that the prices are less than $3 million and more about the 2.5 to 2.7 range.
So 2.5 million to 3 million,
Estimate, yeah.
and that is considered affordable.
Okay, so thank you very much, but we're not going to have any commentary from the audience, as I said earlier. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Cassidy, you're satisfied with that response?
So
We
my
really need
apologies,
to move
Councillor
on.
Cassidy. I don't have my pen here, but Brett's just reminded me my math is largely over. It's ranging from 1.6.
I'm sorry?
1.6, not what I said earlier.
Okay, in today's market, so just under $2 million.
Yes.
So, no, you could get yourself a house in
Okay, so
Ambleside.
Councillor Cassidy, we're not commenting now. We're just asking questions. So is there a question from Councillor Watt for the applicant?
Yes. So to clarify, in today's dollars, if these were to be built right now, the 1.6, is that a 1-bedroom or a 2? So that's about 1,200 square feet. I'm just trying to visualize that.
Sure, on average is a 3+ den.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, did you say 2 plus 10?
3-bedroom plus den.
3 bedrooms
bedroom
plus
plus
den
den.
in 1,200 square feet?
On the small, those are the smaller units. 1,200 square feet would be more 2+ den. And then the larger ones up to 1,800 square feet also have family rooms as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm looking at the time. It's 6:30. And the Hollyburn Sailing Club has been waiting to make their presentation at the regular meeting. What I'm going to ask is that we go through 5 more people on the Zoom list, and then we're going to just pause the public hearing for 10 minutes, and we're going to go to the regular meeting.
Okay, thank you very much, Acting Mayor Gambioli. The next name on the Zoom list that is also available on Zoom is Simon Paisley. I've just tried to promote Simon Paisley to panelist. He's accepted the offer. Shouldn't be more than a few seconds.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Great, thank you so much. Good evening, Deputy Mayor and Council. My name is Simon Paisley. I lived in West Vancouver for 25 years, and I'm in the neighbourhood of Cypress Park Estates, and I've lived here for 13 now. I want to speak as to whether this application actually meets the standard required for approval, and I've got 8 points, so bear with me. This is not a routine application in my mind. It requires both an OCP amendment and a site-specific rezoning, meaning it does not fit within the district's existing planning framework. So in terms of planning consistency, it's advanced under a discretionary policy that allows site-specific rezonings. We've already heard that. But the policy does not in itself justify why this particular location is appropriate for this level of density. And I think density is the key issue here. If the council is to override the OCP and change the zoning, there should be clear evidence-based reasons actually as tied to this site, but more specifically, what other sites might actually be impacted as a precedent for this zoning change. The second is on the form of development, and the project is described as a ground-oriented infill. But in my opinion, a 37-unit multi-building townhouse complex organized around a central courtyard functions more like a compact subdivision than an incremental infill. We've had a lot of discussion about missing middle and the definition of missing middle. We've discussed it in economic terms, and we hear that the range in price for this development per unit is between $1.6 to $2.5 million, which doesn't really address a missing middle in terms of affordability for middle class incomes. A more appropriate access point, in my opinion, would be for the, as West Vancouver actually does, is to try to promote infill development on single family lots, which we're actually looking to do so that my family can stay here, in terms of infill housing on existing lots and perhaps basement conversions. That retains the community feel, which is important to us. That's why we bought in an area such as this, without density that's more akin to more downtown type areas. Fourth, on the density, we're told it's 37 units, but we don't really know why that number is appropriate. There's clearly an economic aspect to it from the developer's perspective. The transparent rationale tied to infrastructure capacity, road network limitations, or neighborhood context is really still lacking. Without that, the density appears to be driven by yield rather than fit. On transportation, the traffic study is applicant commissioned. I think other speakers have mentioned the fact that our gut feel would suggest that incremental traffic density is probably on the low side, and real world conditions like school traffic and deliveries, Amazon trucks, etc., will probably significantly impact that assessment. Acceptable performance doesn't mean no impact. It still implies increased delay, congestion, and reduced safety margins. The sixth point is on public value. The rezoning creates significant land value uplift, potentially of several $1 million. And while a CAP is proposed, there's no real transparent accounting of how much that value is captured for the public versus the developer. Seventh, on precedent, and this is my most important point, even though it's number 7. Bill 25 is increasing pressure on municipalities to enable more housing, which makes decisions like this carry even greater weight. Approving a site-specific OCP amendment of this scale without clear justification sends a strong signal that similar applications are appropriate along Wood Green, Northwood, and surrounding streets. I can think of many areas in this area, Coalfield, and across the district that would actually fit this infill definition. So this isn't just about one project, it's about long-term pattern of development in a neighborhood where many of us put down deep roots. 8th, I'd like to discuss or highlight consultation and who was actually notified. My son actually stumbled upon this while just naturally surfing online, maybe 5 or 6 days ago.
That's your time, sir.
Okay. Anyway, I don't believe that there's been sufficient notification for those in immediate areas. I certainly didn't know this was happening until 5 days ago when we stumbled upon it. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
The next name on the list is Masu Naderi. She is online. He or she is online, pardon me. And has accepted the invitation to join as a panelist.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Ms. Mayor, Acting Mayor and Council. My name is Mahsu Nideri. I'm a resident at Portview Place, which is approximately 240 meters from the proposed development. Today, I am coming to the council just showing my significant opposition to this project. I just want to share first and foremost that, first of all, I'm a professional engineer and I've been active in development community quite a bit. So I'm in general pro good development and sustainable development. My opposition today is really coming the concerning point primarily around the process and the infrastructure. So I just want to share, first of all, like this is a community, it's an OCP amendment. I'm not really understanding from my perspective, and this is more toward council, that how is that such a big concept, which is really implicate the entire neighborhood, come to us as if like it's a simple rezoning. I want to even refer to the signage that is in front of the property. It has a no notion of the OCP amendment in it. I don't think a lot of people that spoke tonight that for opposition or whatnot understand that this is an OCP amendment and this is not a rezoning application. So I just want to speak to that and ask council, how is that this lack of transparency could really be presented to such a large neighborhood? And I live 240 meters, very similar to the previous speaker. I came to understand that this is an OCP amendment on my own because I'm really active in community and I tend to read a lot of news and websites. And actually we do have some very active neighborhoods. So everybody informed each other. So the first question is why this OCP amendment is coming to a 1 hour, let's just discuss it. And this is the end of this conversation. We have not been consulted. I did not receive any communication from district directly regarding any form of input for this property and development. The form of development and the density proposed does not fit the OCP at all. And it definitely does not make sense, as many speakers spoke to it. I live in the neighborhood. I come out of Portview every morning to drop off both my kids at Rockridge and Caulfield. And you have to wait in line. Like it's pretty significant heavy traffic. And when you take that bridge to go toward Caulfield Center, the road is so poorly maintained over the last few years that I can't even imagine adding another 60 cars on that road on a daily basis and the hazard that it will bring to the residents, especially students that taking the walking path, non-existing sidewalk every morning. So I do have a 14-year-old going to Rockridge that at this point of his life, I was hoping that he's sufficient to go to school on his own. And I really can't bring myself to let him walk on that road because it's inadequate, it's very unsafe, and it's not something that we can really support adding another 60 some number of cars to this road. So I'm opposing to the development altogether, but also this has to come back to neighborhood as this is an OCP amendment. And I do feel that there is a huge lack of transparency on this one. It was not posted properly. The information even from the district was not adequate for people walking by the signage to understand that this is significant for the neighborhood. I also want to thank Councillor Thompson and Councillor Cassidy. I feel like the whole conversation is a little bit skewed because when you ask people not to introduce themselves completely, not to provide address, anybody could participate in any conversation. And if I live in Ambleside and desire to live in Caulfield, I will be pro-project because I'm not going to live the construction. I'm not going to live the immediate issues that we have to live through with such proposal. So it does not make a lot of sense that you're not asking for addresses or some sort of confirmation. Thank you for the time that you provided.
Thank you.
Do we have the luxury, since this is a public hearing and we're allowed to ask questions, do we have the luxury of asking staff to address that speaker's questions regarding the OCP? So could you please do so now?
We do, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, through the acting mayor, Councillor Cassidy, happy to answer the question. With the OCP amendment that's proposed as a companion to the zoning amendment for this project, that's really administrative in nature. The OCP is, the project we were looking at in terms of the relevant policy in the official community plan, the policy that I cited in the presentation, 2.1.8, that allows consideration of projects like this. And in staff's opinion, the project is entirely consistent with that direction in the OCP and is consistent with the OCP. The OCP amendment, what that would do is it would place the site within what we call a development permit area. Without that, we wouldn't be able to require them to have a development permit to control the design and the landscaping of the project. So that is really, we would consider that an administrative amendment to the OCP so that council and staff can control the design and the landscaping of the project. But in staff's opinion, this project is entirely consistent with the OCP.
Mayor, I have another question to ask. Sorry about this, although this is the only time we will get a chance to ask the questions. Once the public hearing is closed, we are now mute. So my question is, a lot of the issues that I've heard thus far are to do with the number of units, the density that's going to be created, and the impact on the immediate infrastructure. So should you elect to reduce the number of units to gain an acceptance within the community, what would be the impact, please, on the price of the units? I realize that's a very general question, but definitely when you market something on the topic of affordability, then we need to know just how affordable it's going to be.
I think they already answered this question.
Not if they reduce the number.
Okay, but that's
You're
not-
thinking that it will require, it may well cost more because there's, the more you build, the cheaper it is.
But the proposal in front of us is for 37 units, so I think that.
So if we elect, for example, to make it 27 units, what will be the impact on the final pricing?
Well, presumably the pricing would be higher.
Well, yes, but I would like to know by how much approximately.
Well,
That's an unfair question.
I think that,
How can they know
I
that?
think,
It's
yeah.
impossible.
So I think, okay, hold on. I think that if the proponents want to answer that, you can answer that at the end of the public hearing. If Councillor Cassidy wants to continue with that question, but at this point, that's just it's a math question. So there's a lot of people waiting in line. And we're under a bit of time pressure here. Councillor Watt, do you have a question for staff?
I do. Thank you. So this is purely administrative, as you've explained. So I guess I don't know how to word this other than where does it start? Where does it end? So this particular parcel, they've done an assembly, 3 neighbors got together and they've done this. And if the next 3 neighbors around the corner were to do the same, is that again purely administrative, or at what point do we start reviewing our OCP and the decisions that we're making that are administrative?
Through the acting mayor to Councillor Watt. So, staff look at these projects on a case-by-case basis. This site is unique in its context for the reasons stated in the staff presentation. It doesn't mean that any assembly in the district we would consider and support for a townhouse missing middle development.
Thank you.
Okay, so I said we would take 5 calls and we've still got space for 3 people. And then we are going to pause the public hearing for hopefully 10 minutes, not too much more than that, to do our regular council meeting, which is very short, and then come back. So.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Gambioli. The next name on the list is Jane Chin, who I do not see online. Please do sign up under the name you provided earlier if you would like to speak. After that, we have Mernaz Chitsaz. I will promote now. And I'll try that again. Mirnaz has not yet accepted the promotion. Has declined to be promoted to a panelist. So I assume Mirnaz has chosen not to speak right now. The next name on the list is Charmaine. No one with the name Charmaine has signed up to speak via Zoom. After that, we have Caroline Wong. I'll now promote Caroline Wong. Looks as if Caroline Wong has also changed her mind and would not like to speak at this time. We'll go to the next name, which is Tom Frick. And getting no response from that either. So we will go to Nicole Brown. Who has accepted the promotion. Shouldn't take more than a few seconds.
Hi, have I been promoted successfully?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Okay, hello, Acting Mayor Gambioli and Council. I'm a resident at Wood Green Drive, just up the road and around the bend. And I'm calling into tonight's meeting in support of this project. I know my neighbors and I will be putting up, if this is approved, with a lot of traffic headaches and dust and problems. But my big concern was around infrastructure capacity, and I really appreciate staff's response to those questions. There's something important about adding more than 3 dozen new townhomes with an attractive design into our community. I got to tell you, I want to attract some young families to our friendly and beautiful part of West Vancouver. The addition of safety elements like sidewalks and lighting is a positive. And I hear there's some great public schools in the area, as can be attested to by a couple of our earlier teenage speakers. Couple things. If I thought this was going to turn into a scattershot site-specific zoning palooza around Cypress Park Estates, I will be speaking up in the future, but I don't think that is the case. I think this has been pretty thoughtfully laid out. The concern raised from a few previous speakers about traffic snarls coming off the highway onto Wood Green is well worth discussing, maybe a traffic and safety conversation at your level with your provincial partners. But my only quick ask right now to close up quickly, because I know the Sailing Club is eager to get in there, is that a few dollars from the CAC be directed to tidying up the Cypress Park Estate sign that was mentioned earlier that's a little dilapidated and needs a little love and attention. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for your input.
The mic on. And the next speaker on the list, Sophia May. Has accepted the invitation. You should be able to turn on your microphone at this point and your webcam if you wish. You've got 5 minutes to address council.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. I just want a few points here. We have an understanding of, yes, affordability, and that's significant in terms of what we're talking about in terms of availability. Availability is fine, once again, and I just want to state clearly that I am absolutely opposed to this zoning and townhouse development. I am a longtime resident of West Vancouver, and I just want to point out a few specifics regarding the characteristic of this particular project. First of all, it is excessively built. I mean, given that provincial government puts a limitation, you can justify it saying that OCP kind of override because it's site specific, but that doesn't address the whole issue about neighborhood, intervening into neighborhood and totally changing the characteristic of it. And that's going to impact a lot of West Vancouver going forward should this be allowed. I just want to also be specific about the development itself. First of all, this development site is not isolated from and does not sit at a lower grade than the surrounding single-family sites. 76% of the development site sits at street level. In other words, the development towers at nearly 40 feet above street level and overwhelms the surrounding area. Furthermore, it's not a standalone site, as 3 single-family residential properties are directly facing the development. There will be total loss of privacy for these 3 residences as the development towers over the street with full view from the townhouses bearing onto these homes. Furthermore, because there's so much density set into such a small site, there will be no viable setback from the street. With no effective setback and the development rising nearly 40 feet above street level, it is overtly and conspicuously displacing the context and characteristics of the immediate and surrounding single-family residential neighborhood. And I just want to point out that definitely the infrastructure does impact this, because who pays for the needed infrastructure upgrade? I mean, they say it's compatible at this point, which is negligible, because this is actually the original infrastructure, road, sewage, and water, was designed specifically for single-family residential capacity and not for high-density usage. So going forward, who pays for the upgrade? Certainly not the developer. I'm just saying that in retrospect. It's basically the all taxpayers in West Vancouver or generally speaking the neighborhood, because we're doing upgrades. That's massive amounts of money. So we have to keep that in mind. And I just want to also go reflect back on everybody like coming in to state affordability. But remember, affordability and availability are 2 conflicting ideas. Because right now at this point, even a mention of what, I mean, you don't want to mention the pricing at this point, but let's just say for a conservative means, let's just say 2 to 3 million per unit. Let me ask you how affordable that can be for anybody. Because most people at this point can barely, even at a 2-income family, couldn't even afford a $1 million unit. So I think we have to really reflect on it and how it really negatively impacts single-family residential neighborhoods, even for it to be even set footing and establish itself, because it does set the precedent. It becomes a legal framework to proceed in other single-family residential neighborhoods throughout West Vancouver, not just here. That's a fact and point, because it does become a legal framework, and that's huge in how it impacts everywhere else in West Vancouver. You just remember, from our standpoint, from West Vancouver standpoint, there might be others that say otherwise, because from our West Vancouver standpoint, this is about maintaining the grace and beauty of West Vancouver. See, no other city and district or municipality in Greater Vancouver, Lower Mainland can compare to the natural beauty of West Vancouver. West Vancouver is the beacon of livability. So we have to reflect on that and see how we're willing to actually impact it in what we refer to as an incompatible way, a truly incompatible way to what the existing established infrastructure and character and of the neighborhood itself, all through West Vancouver, not just simply our neighborhood, and also reflect on traffic and all these instances that we've spoken about and we've heard through this particular hearing. And I just want to close off on that. I'm definitely opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you. And just as we move to our next and last Zoom speaker for now, Councillor Snyder has a question.
Just a question for staff on, it's in regards to the infrastructure and the cost to upgrade any infrastructure needs. Where does that fall?
Through the mayor to Councillor Snyder, with any required upgrades, including the service connections for the utility servicing or the installation of sidewalks, for instance, that's all paid for by the development.
And Councillor Watt, do you have a question right now?
Yeah, I have a question for Ms. Dallas, and we received, was it 99 pieces of correspondence, did you say?
That's correct.
And are we allowed to, or can you say how much was in favor and not? And I understand that some people have communicated twice this evening, either in person or online and by email, so I don't know how that weights it.
I can't speak to that. Legislative Services doesn't track the stance of the position of the correspondence. However, planning staff may track that. I defer to Mr. Bailey and Ms. McGuire.
Through the acting mayor to Councillor Watt, I don't have the numbers handy. I could check with my colleague if they've done a tally of the numbers in terms of supportive comments or in opposition. I'm not sure if we have that information right this minute.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, so one more person from Zoom, and then we're going to pause.
Thank you. I just went back to an earlier name who accidentally declined the invitation. Mernaz Chitsaz has now accepted the promotion to be a panelist. You should be able to turn on your microphone at this point and your webcam if you wish. You've got 5 minutes to address council. You'll have to unmute your microphone. I can see you've put your hand up. You are promoted. You'll need to unmute your microphone if you wish to address council.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please proceed.
Okay, my name is Mernaz Chitsaz, and I'm a resident of the West Vancouver Cypress Park Estates area for the past 30 years. I grew my children up here, and we came here because of the two good schools when my children were young, and the safety of the neighborhood, and the very friendly neighborhood, and the people who were living in this community. Now, it is always nice to have new developments. It's always great to see new places for the younger people, but whether this project is actually affordable for the younger people, particularly townhouses with the 3 bedrooms and 3 levels, where there will be children living on the different level than the parents. I don't know how that would work. But besides that, it is actually the traffic congestions that I'm echoing Ms. Sophia, who was talking about this, and Ms. Ziba, who were talking about this, and other people. It is the actual corner that is very, very, very dangerous. When people are coming, the buses are coming, often I had to have an emergency brake when people were passing, although there's a stop sign, but there is no caution for the people coming down the road, which is down the hill, which is pretty steep, and people speed. Maybe there, the District of West Vancouver decided to put a traffic light there for the people coming out of Woodcrest. But anyhow, it is pretty dangerous for people who have been living here. Also, the infrastructure, I am so worried about that we are not going to be having the convenience that we have now, that living here for the past 30 years. Yes, I'm proud of living here in Cypress Park Estate, and I do have to travel out of this neighborhood and the community for work, like many other people. But I happily come back to it because of the peace and quiet and the safety. It is important when there are more people coming here with number of the units that are going to be built. Of course, it will bring a little bit of a caution to our heads for more being worried about what goes on in the neighborhood because of the number of people, all the traffic, that congestion that may happen, and also, who knows, we've been living here. Sometimes I dare say that I do not lock my door, even the front door, because I'm so confident of the safety of the neighborhood. But that is going to be touched. And I am senior. I will like to live here until I kick the bucket in this house. So therefore, I am very strongly opposing this project, although it is maybe considered as an affordable and bring younger people. I will not bring my kids who were grown up here to buy these townhouses because they are not in a safe area. I'm sure that there are many other parcels of land that could be found, which is safer, and it is suitable for these many townhouses to be built. These are all specifically for the single family dwelling. It could be like 10 townhouses. Maybe it will be the acceptable number so that more people will be coming into the neighborhood and send their kids, their dear kids, to these lovely schools that we have, that I was somehow part of it. So I am strongly opposing this. Thank you very much for your time. And also the developer who are trying to introduce new projects. But this parcel of land, or this part, is not affordable for anyone. I should say that. Thank you.
So there's another reason why we're not giving our addresses, because this lady said that she leaves her door open. So, you know, there's another reason why we shouldn't give our addresses. Okay, so we're just going to pause the public hearing officially for about 10 minutes. And normally, for those of you who haven't been here before, we normally start our council meetings at 6 o'clock. And because we scheduled this public hearing at 5, not realizing how many people would want to speak, the Hollyburn Sailing Club has been waiting for an hour to give us their delegation. So for those of you who are still waiting to speak to public hearing, bear with us, and you're going to learn a little bit about the Hollyburn Sailing Club. And so I will call the regular council meeting to order. And I will start with an exciting announcement, is that our amazing staff have created a proposal, and the District of West Vancouver has been awarded the United Way of BC Social Prescribing Grant for 2026 to 2028 in an amount of $200,000 to be used over 2 years to support a full-time community connector position in community services based at the Seniors Activity Center. So we thank our staff, and we thank the United Way for those funds. Now, we want to add one item as urgent business under the agenda, which will come under new business, and that is related to a motion about the April 27th public hearing. So with that in addition to the agenda, could I have a mover and seconder for approving the agenda, please? Councillor Snyder is going to move the agenda, and a seconder, please. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Cassidy, and Watt. Is no one wanting to move the agenda?
I think the question on the table is, do you want to approve the agenda with the amendment?
Right.
There's been no motion made.
There's been no motion made. This is.
Yeah, we did this before, but I'm
asking for Councillor Snyder to make the motion.
I'm making the motion
Yes.
to approve the agenda, but I'm not approving or making any motion in regards to the public hearing
No.
on the 27th.
No, but you're agreeing that that's going to be on the agenda.
It can be on the agenda to be discussed.
That's right.
That's, yeah.
That's right.
So I don't support that. I don't think it needs a discussion.
Okay, so I will second the approval of the agenda then.
As amended.
As amended. And call for those in support of that. Okay, so we'll go back to taking that out and approving the agenda as written.
So moved.
Okay, Councillor Thompson, and second, Councillor Watt. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's carried. And our delegation, the Hollyburn Sailing Club, regarding community activities, youth engagement, and co-op program. Welcome to our sailors.
Hi, I'm Beverly Ann Lehman. I'm the Commodore of the Sailing Club.
Beverly, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if you don't take a seat, then the camera will be looking right at your middle.
Thank
and
you.
It's more appealing to look at your face.
Thank you.
For people.
Thank
Yeah.
you for letting me know.
Thank you.
So thank you for having us here tonight to give us the opportunity to share what our club has been doing in 2025. Let me just move this slide. So our club has many volunteers and a few staff who work to share our mission of fostering non-motorized water sport on the North Shore. And sharing with you tonight about what it looks like at the club are members of the executive, Lizzie and Kyla, Jonathan, and Travis. And I will pass the time over to our training officers, Lizzie and Kyla.
Hi, everybody. So as Beverly Ann said, my name is Lizzie and this is Kyla, and we are the co-training officers at Hollyburn Sailing Club. So we oversee our training program. So that means all of our staff and all of our programs that are run through Hollyburn in relation to sailing, we are in charge of them. So just for reference, this has been our 2025 program participation. So we run adult lessons, we run race teams in the fall and spring. We run school groups for elementary age children. We also do run a school race team for 2 of the West Vancouver high schools, and we run summer training programs.
During the spring and fall, Hollyburn hosts a variety of different race teams. The most introductory level race team is our development race team, which is designed for sailors 10, 11, 12. Moving on, we have our senior FIVA and laser race teams, which are designed for higher level sailors, and these sailors attend regattas throughout the Lower Mainland. Our most advanced and most high performance team is our foiling team. These sailors race wasps. Wasps are the fastest growing fleet in Canada. Hollyburn has 9 wasps. These sailors attend regattas throughout BC.
And then in the summer, we run what's called Can Sail programs. So essentially what those are, we have a parent organization called Sail Canada that has laid out a curriculum for levels 1 through 6, and they range from very introductory to sailing to high performance racing. This year we had 260 participants. Those are aged 10 to 17. And we run all of these levels at full capacity, and we maintain an extensive waitlist for these programs. So if you know anyone with children who are wanting to take any sailing programs, tell them to get on registering because we are almost full for this summer. We also do run adult lessons. So those run at a CanSail 1 and a CanSail 2 level. We try to keep our programs as low cost as possible to make them as accessible to everyone as possible. So these are offered to residents and non-residents of West Vancouver at $200 plus tax for a weekend long course. For our school groups, this past year was our largest program. So we had 33 classes from various schools from around the North Shore. We did secure a grant called the Sail Canada Funding for All grant. So essentially what that means is Sail Canada recognized us as a program who offers great lessons to children in the Lower Mainland, and they gave us a grant to be able to run 18 school groups at no cost to schools that we selected based off of whether or not they were low income schools, underserved communities, etc. And we also ran a race team for West Vancouver Secondary and Sentinel Secondary. So we had them come down every week and they learned how to sail. They partook in some racing, and then they all got levels at the end of their race team.
The training program has 18 youth staff members and 30 seasonal youth volunteers. Here's a photo of some of our staff members from this past summer. In addition to the junior training program, Hollyburn also hosts Ocean Ambassadors. Ocean Ambassadors is a separate organization that runs school groups and summer camps to children, teaching ocean conservation through engaging science experiments, very educational. Participants of these programs also paddleboard. So we share the facilities with Ocean Ambassadors.
So that wraps up our training side of things. Thank you so much. And we will now have our co-op director, Jonathan, come up and present on what our co-op entails.
Great, thank you, everybody. So when you join Hollyburn, you kind of have two avenues. You can bring your own boat or your own kayak, and you join the club and you can store it as a member. And that's all great. We like the private members. They tend to have boats that we couldn't otherwise buy, like the Wasps or high-end sailing boats. We also have people that built their own boats, a bit of wood. So they tend to be an eclectic collection of private boats. We like them very much, but we are stuffed for space. There is no growth for private members. So we offer what we call a boat sharing program, what we call a co-op. And it operates just like you would imagine it would. You pay a flat fee and you get access to sailboats, to kayaks, and stand-up paddle boards. We have 9 sailboats, 15 kayaks, and 15 stand-up paddle boards. 1 flat fee, unlimited use the entire year. It's the bargain of the century. You spend $250 to join the club, $250 to join the co-op, and for $500, you have unlimited access to some really great equipment. And when I say it's great equipment, a lot of co-ops have secondhand equipment. We don't. We reinvest a lot of money in sailboats. Of the 9 sailboats, 3 of them are brand new. Just bought one of them last week. Of the 15 stand-up paddle boards, 6 are brand new. Bought 3 last year. I just have 3 coming actually tomorrow. Same with the sea kayaks. Our instructor who travels around to other places has said our sea kayaks are the highest quality of any other sailing club there is. So we do invest a fair bit of money back into the club. And yeah, for someone who doesn't want to go through the expense of buying their own sailing equipment, they can join the co-op and have unlimited access. So the co-op we're really quite proud of the co-op program at Hollyburn. One of the things we also do is racing, and I'm going to hand this over to Travis. He kind of runs racing, which will be part co-op and part private member. So here comes Travis.
Thank you, Jonathan. Let's see here. So I'll just start off. My name is Travis Line. I'm the fleet captain at Hollyburn Sailing Club. And I'll just start off quickly talking about our membership. So as you can see, we currently have 456 members approximately, which is offered at very low cost to anyone who wants to join. And about a quarter of our membership is kind of centered around paddling, and about 3/4 of it is centered around sailing. And so here's some of the events that we run at the club. We have a lot of on land events and a lot of on water events. I'm just going to talk mostly about the on water events. So I'll just start off with the paddling events. And so we have a paddling captain who will lead paddles every weekend, pretty much the entire season, every weekend. We'll also have special paddles for things like the solstice, equinox, and we also have a special paddle for the Dunderave bonfire, which many of you have probably been to before. Wonderful event, and we'll put all of our lights on our boats and have a safety boat escort and head down to Dunderave and back. Very popular. Next thing I'll talk about is the lunch cruises. So every alternate weekend we do a lunch cruise that's very well attended. It gives us an opportunity to pair kind of inexperienced sailors with more experienced sailors, and we'll sail to places like West Bay or Sandy Cove, and gives inexperienced sailors an opportunity to kind of understand how sailing works. And we'll also go to over to Jericho with the coach boat, safety coach boat escort, and those are very popular. The last thing I'll quickly talk about is our regattas. So regattas are sailboat races, and we run those on alternate weekends for the of the cruises. So a lot of people join those. We usually get around 40 to 50 racers every season. We have a championship point system and awards at the end of the season. And so if you put all that together, you know, if you're like me, you enjoy getting out on the water with people, you can pretty much do it every single weekend of the season, and we think that's pretty great. So thank you, Council. That's it from me.
As you can see, the Hollyburn Sailing Club has been a hub for our community, and these are the ways that we activate the waterfront. We want to be around for a long time, and we are working at the sea level rise and also opportunities to hold on to and grow our rich legacy on the North Shore. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation and for waiting for an hour. I think Councillor Thompson has a question or comment.
Yeah, I actually don't have any questions because you keep yourself well represented with council. And I just, you know, when you give your presentations, I'm just so in awe of all that you do in our community, not only for West Van, the North Shore, the accessibility to such a tremendous life skill and activity for our residents to use. So thank you so much. It's great to see you. I love seeing all the little boats out in the water, and it's so charming to have you on our waterfront and all the just hive of activity. So keep us informed and in touch at all times. And unfortunately, your Sail Pass this year, we've got a quarterly regional council meeting all that day way out in the valley. So unfortunately, we won't be able to attend this year.
Thank you for your feedback, and so sorry that you can't make it this year. Thank you.
And Councillor Watt. Questions?
Presentation. I look forward to it every year, and I'm just endlessly amazed. And I'm just curious, so this grant for the 18 groups, is that this year? This is the first year for that?
So this is our second year of receiving the grant.
That's fantastic. And the only other thing I wanted to add, in addition to it being a screaming deal, there's also the camaraderie. And yeah, it's a wonderful place to have a barbecue, meet friends. So another plug for the club.
So come on out. Thank you.
Councillor Cassidy.
I also wanted to thank you very much for your presentation. I have a history with this club, as all three of my children graduated from your ski program, sailing program, all the way up to the final level. It's a great thing to do if you're a working parent. You drive up pretty close, you drop that child off, and you pick them up at the end of the day, and they're clean and they're hungry, and they're tired, even more so. So to this day, they're all three love to sail. So I got it courtesy of your club. Thank you. And at a reasonable price. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
And I noticed from your presentation how you're really integrating with different parts of the community with your events. So that seems to be getting better and better. So well done. Well done. On that note, then, Councillor Cassidy, would you like to make a motion?
Oh, just a second. The motion? Apologies, just a second. Where are you?
That's okay. I threw that on you.
Right, sorry. I'm so engaged in the former that I forgot the present. I would like to recommend that the delegation from the Hollyburn Sailing Club regarding community activities, youth engagement and co-op program be received for information with thanks.
Second by Councillor Snyder. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we're going to be getting even more complicated. We're going to pause the regular council meeting to go back to the public hearing. Nope. So for all of those of you who are still waiting to speak, do we still have more people on the three-dimensional agenda?
We have many names on the in-chamber list. We'll
Okay.
Start with those. The first is Keith Burchard.
Okay.
Good evening. I'm Keith Burchell. I live at 5646 West Haven Road. Own the property. I'm completely approved this project that is planned, basically because we need more money in the area. We have two existing projects being constructed right now off of Westport Road, which will do considerably increase the traffic on Westport. But that's the cost of progress. That's basically all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
And caught me off guard there. The next name on the list is Derek Pine, followed by Debbie Wolfen.
Or the last name is Pink. So my handwriting wasn't that good. I come as a longtime resident of West Van, 25 years. I happen to live on Woodcrest on the 4300 block. I presently live on Sentinel Hill though. But for the few years I did live on Woodcrest, which was approximately 1 block away, we were on the east of this. I had 4 kids that were younger and grew up in the area. Would go to the Cuffield Mall regularly and so forth. One thing that's not being represented here from that side of Woodcrest and the Almondale area was there was no real good connectivity or sidewalks, which the development is allowing on both sides. And also the safety for my kids, if we go back those years, them being able to use that boardwalk behind the project that's adjacent to the highway would be perfectly safe for them to get to the Rockridge Tunnel. As of right now, there's neither a sidewalk nor a boardwalk. So for safety concerns, I think it's a bit alarmist of we're right off the highway here. Most of these cars will not be going up in the Cypress Park Estates area. They will be going right off the exit. If this project was way up in the hills, yes, there would be lots of extra traffic going above where this driveway is. Yes, there will be more traffic. That's what the traffic study stated. So I'm very much in support of this project, just from being in the area for that while. Now being on Sentinel Hill, I do still have to come up to this area for business and friends and family. One of my friends couldn't make it tonight, and I don't know if this was passed on because he sent it to me just recently, yesterday. I don't know if it got passed in, but he is a local resident on Rockridge. He wanted to come tonight, but has surgery tomorrow morning, first thing in the morning, so he couldn't speak. This to whom it may concern the council. I'm writing in support of this project known as Woodcrest Townhomes. I, along with my family, have been a resident of West Vancouver for more than 20 years, currently reside on Rockridge Road, and my children attend in West Bay Elementary and Rockridge High School. Housing affordability is, as we know, a key challenge in today's world and economy for many people, not those who are looking to reduce their own living accommodations, but also for young people wishing to plant roots and start their families. Simultaneously, communities are having to work harder to maintain the important connection in their home areas with friends, family, and neighbors. The proposed Woodcrest townhomes are a prime example of a positive, well thought out development with a location that minimizes the impact to neighbors and is ideal for increased density. As a longtime resident and former real estate lawyer, I have many years have firsthand experience with real estate. There will always be the NIMBY objections. However, I want if we want to build a sustainable community in which our teachers, firemen, and our own children can live alongside us and enjoy all of the West Vancouver has to offer, we must increase housing options beyond single-family housing and luxury condominiums. The Woodcross townhomes are an attractive, reasonably sized development that will enrich our community by enabling many families to stay in the neighborhood where they work or grew up and went to school themselves. You're truly signed by Michael Atmore. I will pass that off.
You can pass that to staff, and Mr. Atmore is a resident of the municipality, you said?
He lives on Rockridge Road.
Thank you.
And I live on Oak Crescent, and I used to live on Woodcrest.
Thank you.
The next name on the list is Debbie Wolfen, followed by Mark Ballard, actually followed by, could say Pat Murray. Debbie Wolfen.
Hi, and thank you. And I live on the property, and I'm so happy about this going forward. I'm so excited. I've raised all my children there. I've lived there since 1998. And I think it's a great opportunity, and I'm excited to have the opportunity to have a retirement place for my husband and I, and we will be investing. And I just think it's a great thing for everybody that I've talked to in Caulfield, up in our community. They're all for it. So other people can decide on where they want to live and how. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next name on the list might be Pat Murray. And failing that, Mark Ballard.
I'm John Murray. Don't think my grading is that bad.
Good evening, Your Worship, Deputy and Council. My name is Mark Ballard, and I'm a resident of West Vancouver, and I've lived and raised my kids in Cypress Estates. I'm not going to go through what I wrote extensively in my letter. I did want to add that and append something I think is very good when we look at the developments over the long term, the years gone by. The one that strikes me as closest to being relevant is the Caulfield Cove townhouses. And they're sandwiched between Marine Drive. They've got the railroad behind them. They've got fire station next door. They've got the little commercial development there. And I just wanted to say that they are perennially popular. There's a huge demand for it. We're selling those units in the 1.6 to 1.7, 1.6 to 1.7 million. This starting range is 1.6 million. I think it's very consistent with that missing middle, and the missing middle addressing both, sort of issues of this missing middle. We don't have enough townhouses on the product side of the missing middle, as staff has said, and that's very true. We need way more of it. And the missing middle on the affordability side. And we're seeing that those Caulfield townhouses are 3 bedrooms. They're totally suitable. Great example. Don't miss that parallel. I could bring up a bunch of others, but I think we'd concentrate on that. And they're huge demand. So anyway, I thought I'd add that to my letter. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next name on the list is Matt Gould, followed by Anna Karaman. Matt.
Good evening, council members, dear neighbors, and developers. First of all, I would like to say, my name is Matt Gill. I'm the resident of 5335 Seaside Place. My door is locked and we have gated community. It's safe. I would like to say thank you very much for that great project. Since 2019, I believe, we're just watching that one because I have a listing just behind the property, 4570 Wood Green Court. It is an investment property for my client. and it's for sale at the moment, 3,398,000. And we watching very closely what's going on in here. And today, just before I came here, I talked with my client and I asked their opinion, and I asked, do you want I say something on the behalf of you? They support it. My client support it. Why? Because there are 3 houses over there in 1960s and 1 playground, which one is not useful. I always think about something wrong in that area, why this is unattended and is in the very bad condition when you are driving up to hill. It's not, I even didn't know that it is belongs to the district. And it's a very risky project for the developer. It is by the highway. It's the least expensive lot. For that reason, it's a great opportunity for the community to build such a beautiful place by the highway with the that many 75 parking spot is amazing. Because what is the alternative? If we as a West Vancouver residents, if we not do anything, our province pushing you guys to do something. And what is their plan to give the Sixplex for the without any parking spot and the prime land in Ambleside in somewhere else? I think that's perfect thing for the do for our community. I definitely support it because the walking distance to the Caulfield shopping mall. My 2 kids is graduate from the Rockridge Secondary School, and we know the area that we don't have any teachers working in the school board and the residents of the West Vancouver. Now this is a great opportunity because don't worry about that, dear council, about how much they're gonna sell. They're not gonna sell high price because it's by the highway. It's automatically controlled. If those developer try to 2.7, 2.8, they cannot sell. They're gonna sell around $2 million. That's the market for. And because 1,500 square feet multiply 1,380 per square feet is very realistic. It makes the price 225, and that's reasonable. I think they're gonna sell it before those people change their mind. If I'm the council member, I say to them, "Come on, sign it, do it. This is beautiful. It's gonna add the value to the area." I think some of our neighbors, they are opposite now, but I think after my speech, they think about it because instead of the 1960s old house and nobody thinking about the tear down and build a beautiful house by the highway, this is a great opportunity. Before those people change their mind, sign it. Thank you.
The next name on the list is Anna Karaman.
Good evening, Acting Mayor and Council. My name is Anna Karaman. I would like to voice my support of the proposed development. I have been living on the North Shore for over a decade. I have been working at Pacific Blue Cross for over 20 years, and I'm now looking for a property to retire to and to downsize to. I'm very familiar with the Caulfield area, and I'm looking forward to buying a unit there.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take one more from the gallery and then we'll go to our Zoom people, please.
Well, the next name looks like a Dieter. She had to go. Okay. Then the next name is even harder to read. It could be Gavin. Oh, Gavin Bev on phone. I don't think that's what we're looking for. Diana Phillips.
Okay.
Okay. Then we got Chess Hagan.
Thank you very much. I apologize for wearing a hat in these chambers, but it's a Caulfield Elementary hat, and I thought it was very appropriate. Go Bears. I live in Caulfield, just down the hill from this development at Piccadilly North and Keith Road. You know, I appreciate those that are concerned about change. I think that it happens to all of us all the time when there's any change that seems to be coming our way in our lives. You know, I look back at the opposition to Caulfield Village Shopping Plaza in the 1980s. It was apparently quite active, maybe violent. And I think all of us that live in that community now look back and say, what a nice addition. I trust in the way in which the staff here are going to manage this to make good decisions. You know, in my neighborhood, it's a real transition. It's a transition of older couples, sometimes widows, widowers, and then there's young families like ours. And I live on a corner, so therefore I have 2 neighbors plus 1, 2, 3, 5 neighbors. Of those 5, 3 are either widow or widowers. And I know that they don't want to leave Caulfield. And I know that an opportunity like this would give them a chance to live right in the community. I also know the numbers because I just recently rebuilt my house. And so I understand what building costs are. They're astronomical. So I looked at these 3 properties on BC Assessment. The land value is roughly 1.7. The buildings, and all due respect to those that occupy them or own them today, because I'm sure they love their homes, but those are aged homes. They were built, one of them in the late 50s, 2 of them in the 60s. They are end of life. BC Assessment has them at, on average, $107,000 of building value. One of them has up to 130, one of them is under 100,000. Those homes will need to be replaced. They're either going to be replaced with a development like this, or you have to ask yourself, will somebody come in, buy the dirt, build a house, backing onto the freeway? It's not the most desirable. I think a development like this ticks a lot of boxes. I feel bad for the people that maybe aren't seeing past those details. And I think a developer that is going to try to maximize is also going to do so by making it very, very nice, very appealing. And I know that the city will do a lot of things to ensure that its infrastructure is built, safety is incorporated, transportation corridors are mindful. And so my family is in support. Talked to my wife about it last night. She was like, absolutely not. I said, honey, let's talk about this. She started to see it a little different way after we talked about it. None of us want to see 37 units right next door necessarily. But if you actually start to think about change that's required, I think this project ticks pretty much every box. So I fully support it. So does my family. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back to our Zoom list. How many folks do we still have on that list?
Wait, we've got 2 people that we have not yet tried to promote.
Okay.
Staff did call a number, 5 or 6 other people who have declined or asked to be removed or did not answer the phone. And there's one other name that I promised I would try again, but it seems that he has dropped off. He's left Zoom. So I'm going to try.
There was a Mr. Murray. Were you interested in speaking because?
Right, there was someone that maybe we couldn't
Different
read the name.
first
It
one.
was,
John, there was a Murray. I'm a Murray. I'm John.
Did you sign up to speak?
I did.
okay, you're
Two more spots.
in 2 more spots. Okay, got it.
I will try to promote David Reinsch. Michael Williams is not online. Thomas Frick is not online. And after that, that may be the end of the Zoom names. David Reinsch has accepted the promotion, should be able to turn on the microphone any second.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Acting Mayor and Council. My name is David Reinsch. I'm a resident of West Vancouver. Thank you for the opportunity to add my thoughts to this discussion. I'm speaking tonight because I feel that the proposed 37-unit Woodcrest Townhouse development does not meet the environmental design or climate responsibility standards set out in our official community plan or our 2019 climate emergency declaration. I want to highlight 4 key concerns. 1, tree retention and quote unquote substantial compliance. Well, a review identified 66 more trees that are considered retainable. The arborist report warns that many may still be removed if critical root zones are compromised due to excavation. I should point out that almost all of these added edge trees appear to be municipal trees. As well, the development agreement relies on substantial compliance and allows revisions to landscape works, including boulevard trees, with little clarity on staff oversight. In practice, landscape revisions during construction are common in West Vancouver, and arborist supervision is rarely on active. Arborist supervision is rarely visible on active sites. My question is simple: What is the remedy if retained trees quietly disappear? More 5-centimeter caliper replacements, cash in lieu, a partial security forfeiture? None of these replace the ecological function of mature trees. Number 2, loss of ecosystem service. This forested site sits directly beside the upper levels highway. Under OCP policy 2.6.13, these trees provide essential ecosystem services, filtering PM 2.5 particulates and buffering highway noise. Policy 2.79 requires a soft edge and a proper urban forest interface. Replacing a mature forest stand with hard surface townhouses does the opposite. Older homes across the street built before modern acoustic standards will face increased noise and poor air quality. Point 3, cumulative canopy loss. The OCP 52% canopy target is a district-wide goal, not a site-by-site suggestion. As clearing continues in Roger Creek areas 5 and 6, and with Cypress Village ahead, removing another mid-elevation forest unit creates a widening canopy gap. Replacement plantings, even at 2.2 to 1, will not reach ecological maturity for 20 to 40 years. 4, transit and sustainability. Staff described this project as transit-oriented, but the site is served by only Route 253, which TransLink classified as basic service with headways up to 60 minutes. The bus stop across the street is not considered an accessible transit bus stop. The nearest accessible stop is more than 250 meters away. With over 2 parking stalls per unit, this is effectively a car-dependent density project. Removing carbon sequestering mature trees to build car-orientated housing is fundamentally at odds with our climate adaptation goals. This proposal increases the density from the current 3 units to 37 units, which is a 1,133% increase, yet may not deliver any meaningful affordability benefits. Also, calling this a modest number of units does not reflect the physical reality on the ground. Density is important, but not at the expense of our urban forest, our air quality, or our noise buffers, and our climate commitments. Thank you for your time. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll head back to the in-gallery list.
Okay.
And I'll
so
keep my
that-
keep my eye on the list in case any of these missing people show up.
Okay, but for now, we're pausing the Zoom people.
Right.
Okay.
Right. If I see them arrive as an attendee, I'll promote them after we're done in chamber. We've got now
Great.
Kelly Fox, followed by John Murray.
Good evening, Acting Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kelly Fox. I grew up in West Vancouver and I moved back about 25 years ago. This development is going to require a wildfire hazard permit, which has implications for landscaping and for building materials. And there's also, so we can't know which trees will be saved until that permit's in hand. There's a pamphlet on FireSmart BC on the West Vancouver website, and it says coniferous trees are very flammable. And it also says things that are very flammable should not be within 10 meters of a structure. So it's unclear to me how we can vote now and know what things are going to be like when they finally go up without that wildfire hazard development plan in hand. Also, traffic is a problem. As someone else mentioned, there's a 90-degree turn immediately before the driveway entrance to the development. And the traffic impact assessment says that's safe, provided drivers follow the rules of the road. And I'm here to tell you that they don't. They come around that corner very fast, so fast they even veer into the opposite lane sometimes, and someone pulling slowly out of the driveway is a sitting duck. Also, the exit 4 intersection, which is half a block from the development and how most people in the development, I assume, are going to access their homes. There's 3 different ways that the drivers misbehave there. I won't go into each of them, but I can tell you that I have sometimes had to come to a screeching halt to avoid a collision. I've had to slow down many times. And on one occasion, someone turned left in front of me when I had the right of way and my car was written off. So the traffic isn't as safe as one might think because the drivers don't obey the rules of the roads there. And also the path that goes to the south of the development, much of the land that it's on belongs to the Ministry of Transportation and Transit. So until the developer actually has the right to that, I don't know. That was said in the report that was written 17th of February 2026. Okay, that's all I had to say, except that I agree with many of the things other NO people have said. And 37 townhomes and 5 buildings on 3.5 lots right at the entrance to our neighborhood is just not what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a question? Oh, yes, Councillor Snyder has a question.
Thank you. This is for staff. I'm just wondering if you could address the 2 points that were raised there, the wildfire protection requirements and also the pathway being on ministry land.
Sure, through the acting mayor to Councillor Snyder. So in terms of the wildfire development permit requirement, that is true. This would need a wildfire development permit. Those permits are typically delegated to staff for consideration. And so that's why we're proposing to handle that after council's decision about the rezoning. We have had our environmental protection staff review the arborist report that was submitted with the application and that has been revised over time to retain more of the trees at the edge of the site. And in our staff's opinion, the wildfire hazard report that would then be required after, if council was to approve the rezoning, would be able to work within the retained trees that are indicated for retention in that plan. And that could involve things, and this is typical for wildfire development permits, where in some cases trees are able to be retained, but sometimes they need to be what we would call limbed to maintain that separation distance that's part of the guidance for the wildfire DP. And there's other different mitigation measures that can be taken. But essentially, staff would require the wildfire consultant to work within the arborist report that's been provided with the development permit to retain the trees. Noting that I would acknowledge what the speakers said. The arborist report does acknowledge that due to site conditions, there can be times when unforeseen things come up through sort of construction activities. So, but essentially, I have talked to our environmental staff and they feel comfortable that a wildfire hazard consultant would be able to work with the arborist report that we have before us that retains over 100 trees and retain those safely with the wildfire requirements.
And in regards to the path that was being referenced?
So the path is mostly located on the Ministry of Transportation property. That's correct. We have circulated the development application to the ministry rather, and no concerns have been raised to date. They would be required to approve the rezoning before council could adopt it.
Thank you.
Great. And I just had one quick question. Someone earlier mentioned a boardwalk as opposed to a path. So which one is it and who's responsible for maintaining it in the end?
That would be something that would get worked out at through the development covenant that we would expect to have for the project in terms of the ongoing maintenance. That may be something that we actually need to seek the ministry's engagement on at the next stage before they were to approve the project. In terms of the material that's proposed, it's sort of boardwalk versus path. The applicant has indicated it's a boardwalk style path that they would be proposing to install.
Okay, you mean like wood path?
I'd maybe actually ask the
Just
applicant. if
sounds
they
like a
could-
lot more maintenance than a path to me, so I don't know, just,
That might be something that we could ask the applicants as
I just-
architect to confirm as well.
okay, maybe we can ask them to confirm that a little bit later, or, yeah. Yeah, just sounds like a boardwalk requires more maintenance if it's us. Okay, let's continue. Oh, a question over here, Councillor Watt.
Yeah, thank you. Question for planning staff. So you mentioned that some of the trees may need to be limbed as they go through the wildfire report. So is there the potential that some of those trees, some of the 100 being retained, would indeed have to come down?
Through the acting mayor to Councillor Watt, as I said, at this point, we don't have a wildfire
Yeah.
hazard report. However, I have spoken to our environmental protection staff. They're aware and have reviewed the arborist report. And in their opinion, a wildfire consultant could work with that and essentially adhere to the retained trees that are shown on the site, in the tree plan, with mitigation measures possibly needed to then comply with the wildfire guidelines.
Yeah, no, I understood that part, but so that is a guarantee that the trees that they're saying are to be retained would be retained.
The only caveat that I would make is that, just to acknowledge what the speaker said, in the arborist report itself that is attached to the development permit, the qualified professional is indicating that they're showing a tree plan with the over 100 trees retained. They've indicated in that report that due to specific site conditions that you may not be able to fully ascertain now, that number could be somewhat reduced.
Yeah, and in addition, so the sidewalk, because those trees are very, very close to the road. So the sidewalk would essentially be going over or very close to some of the large roots. And as we know, sidewalks often buckle when built over top of large trees. So is that perceived to be an issue?
That is included in the arborist report. It's mentioned that
Yeah.
would be need to have, in some cases, they've looked at different trees. Some retained trees don't even need a tree protection barrier because they're so far from the development site. Some need a tree protection barrier. And in some specific instances, they're saying that a arborist would need to attend to the trees actively while construction is ongoing. So it depends on the specific tree and what's located in close proximity to it.
Yeah, thank you, because they are very mature and very close to the road.
Mr. Murray, you're gonna get up here soon, but it looks like Councillor Cassidy's got a question. But come and warm the seat up, it's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Please do make yourself at home. Ms. McGuire, so we saw two photos of the development, completed development. One had no trees in front of it and a great sunlight and views to the street and looked delightful. And then the second one had where trees along the property line are retained. And it looked as if those trees, which were very mature trees, had been limbed up to a certain point. And anybody who's limbed a tree knows they look ugly. And secondly, there was no light being given by those very mature trees into the townhouses. So if I bought one of those townhouses, it would be dark. So my question to you, or maybe to the developer, is it not somewhat ingenuous to give the idea in the second photo that those trees would be retained, because they do not add to the beauty of the project, which is a good looking project. In fact, they do quite the contrary.
The acting mayor to Councillor Cassidy, I think maybe we could invite the applicant to maybe answer those specific design questions that Councillor Cassidy has raised, if that's appropriate.
Okay, so let's save a couple questions. That one, the boardwalk question, for when our speakers are finished, and we'll put those couple questions or other to the applicant at the end. All right, Mr. Murray, please go ahead.
Yeah, so thanks for letting me speak. So my name is John Murray. I'm a resident here in West Vancouver, live quite close to the project site. So I don't think I'm a NIMBY, but I do believe in intelligent development. And as I listen to everybody speak, and I don't want to be redundant because a lot of points have been made and it's hard not to just repeat them, which tends to often just be a waste of everybody's time. But I do, as I listen to everybody, kind of wonder what the point of the project is, which I know sounds perhaps naive. I mean, at the start of this, we talked about it filling in this middle ground, and the middle ground was defined as not cost, but size of the property, like a townhouse. And you know what? I get that. There is a shortage of that for sure. And honestly, the project looks kind of nice. But is the location and is it the right one for where we are? Like when I look around at the developments in West Vancouver, there's a lot going on that seem to be going to be filling that middle ground role. You look at Cypress Village, I mean, it's enormous. You've got lots of development going on down in Ambleside. I think of the West Van Community Center. So there's lots of things happening. And the people that are buying into, say, Cypress Village, it's a high density area, but they're buying into it knowing that it's a high density area. That's different than the people that have already bought into this area. And so now they're being basically told that what you've bought and what you're not going to have is changing. And I have no doubts that if this project goes ahead, it'll set the precedent for future projects as well. And even though I might get reassurances that won't be the case, history generally doesn't dictate that's what happens. So I don't see the immediate need for something like that. And although cost did come up, I agree. Like, I mean, who is actually, if these are like starter homes at $2 million plus, they're not starter homes. So I really wondered who, is that really going to get people into the market? Interesting, I read an article, and I think it was in the Globe just yesterday, it was by coincidence. West Vancouver has actually dropped in price more than any other area in all of British Columbia. I think it's down 6% annually. So who knows what costs are going to do? We may not be as unaffordable. So if people are going to use money as an argument why we need these, I'm not sure it's as good as an argument as it might have been 10 years ago when there was a lot of foreign investment driving properties through the roof. The other thing is I do question the whole process. So when I read the, whatever it was, 150-page report from the developers, one of the things that struck me was this mention of cars. And I think it was like 72 lots, including visitors. So roughly 2 point whatever cars per unit. And they estimated, well, the sign I think was 12 to 16. I'm going, man, where are people coming up with these numbers? I mean, I live here. I see my neighbors. Most people are leaving their house twice a day. It's been mentioned the bus accessibility is almost non-existent. Sure, you can walk over to do your shopping, but if you're going over and doing a big grocery shopping or something in the pouring rain, people are going to be driving. So when I read a report that says there's only going to be, 12 cars coming out of there in the morning and 12 cars coming home at night, to me, it just puts a real lack of confidence in anything else that could be in that report. And what else is going past me that where I don't have the knowledge base to be able to recognize that as being bull. So I find that frustrating. I also find it frustrating that the cost, at least for some of the councillors tonight, of what these units might actually cost seems to be coming up for the first time this evening. And I'm going, how could that not have been up there front and center? Sorry, it's time to take my medication. So anyways, it just makes me question the process and whether this isn't being rushed through too quickly and whether all the bases have been touched on. Yeah, that's about the only, I guess, yeah, since I'm talking about cars and I have 38 seconds. And it's hard to estimate how traffic patterns will be affected. So when we brought in the paid parking, I know this sounds unrelated, but the paid parking for the parks, it says, okay, well, it's going to be inconvenient for people, but it's not. I live on that street. And so what everybody does is they park on my street in order to avoid the parking, and my mailbox has been taken out twice. I'm not complaining about my mailbox being taken out. That's my problem. I'll deal with it. But to say that everything's going to be fine and dandy, I just don't buy it. And I don't think you should either. Thank you.
The next name on the list is Matt Doig.
You have a question for him?
Sir, I just wanted to state, when you said, why does the question of a cost come up in a public hearing? Shouldn't we have been well aware of the fact in advance? Sometimes you are well aware of the questions in advance, but you want to address them in a public forum, so you get the answers in a public forum for the public.
Hello, I missed your name, sir.
Matt, my name is Matt Doig. I'm a resident of West Vancouver as well, live on Westmount Road, just one exit east. And I'm in favor of the project for sure. Try and be quick, there's a lot of good points have already been made. Seems to me, from everything I've heard here today, that the developers are taking every kind of step necessary to ensure that a project like this will assimilate into the existing environment well. And I also feel confident that the location is the right one for something like this, given its proximity to the highway and having no neighbors adjacent to it. In terms of the issue of cost, some of the numbers thrown around today have been high, some of them not so high. A townhouse is always going to be worth less than a detached home. So whether the market in West Van goes up or down or any which direction, that townhouse is always going to be more affordable for new families, young people, than a detached home. What it comes down to for me, from my perspective here, is whether people living in that neighborhood want to allow a small addition of slightly less wealthy people into their neighborhood. And I obviously think they should. I think someone mentioned earlier that people work hard to live in West Vancouver, which didn't really make sense to me, because I think there's a lot of people that work hard but still can't afford to live in West Vancouver. Namely, a lot of those people that are contributing to the community, like teachers and first responders and anyone who works at Caulfield. All these people are not going to be able to afford a detached home on their salary, and they're not going to be able to raise their family in the place where they work, in the community they contribute to. So I guess I'm wondering, why is it okay to have a community that's benefiting from the contributions of people who can't afford to live there and raise a family there? And I think that's wrong. And from what I've heard today, this seems like a good remedy, or start a way to begin to remedy that issue. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
The next name on the list is John Goodman, followed by Luis Cepena and Masu Naderi. That's the end of the list. John Goodman.
Hi, my name's John Goodman. I live about 100 yards away from this development. They're talking about affordability. We live in one of the nicest neighborhoods in all of Canada. You're not going to have your children probably live in the same neighborhood as you. There's lots of areas with multifamily in West Van. The whole bottom of West Van is covered in apartment buildings. There's townhouses, there's new stuff opening up. There's stuff in Horseshoe Bay. You know, I've seen all this stuff, so people can go wherever they want. Most of the people I've heard from here today have a financial vested interest in actually having this thing go through. And we're the residents. It's a terrible corner. It's like they're saying, the numbers here, if we have to go from single family into multifamily, the numbers are atrocious. This should never be brought forward. You should be looking at something in the 12 to 16 unit range. 37, we more than 12 units on each individual lot. That's obscene. The cars and the actual going around the corner, that is a safety quagmire. It's terrible in there. And I don't believe we should even be dragged down here again and again to talk about this thing. It's a single family neighborhood. We want it to remain a single family neighborhood. And to bring in these guys with their stuff, it's doesn't even seem pertinent. We live in a different area, but they don't want to have it in their area, but they want to bring it into my area. So we have a single family units here. We'd like to remain a single family units here. If we have to take on more density, The density should be half or less of what it is that's in there. This is obscene, the amount of things, units that are going in here. It looks nice on the picture, but when you see these things in actual reality, it doesn't look quite that nice. You may look at that stuff you got going down by the West Van Aquatic Center. That's god awfully ugly, the things that you made in there. Packing the people into little stuff here. You live in a high value. Some of the wealthiest and most successful people in BC live in this area. It's a single family home area, and we want it to remain as such. This other stuff here is wrong. I don't see what's going on. I see one guy whose owner was over talking to this woman while the thing was going on. So I guess then I can go around and talk to the friggin' mayor or mayor-elect or whatever while the stuff's going on. It doesn't seem right. And this little board that they put up there, there was no dates or times or nothing on the thing until about a week ago when they put the thing on. That's wrong. It's completely wrong. And we're not talking about this townhouse. We're talking about zoning changes. And everybody here that sold these things are telling you the same thing. We don't want this because we know damn well that this is going to come along. This is going to come along afterwards, and they're just going to be packed with them. There is another entrance just up the road here where that other gentleman will live. There's lots of multifamily homes up in there. That's the area that should be going. We are single family. We look at ourselves like the British properties up there. We don't want these multifamily things going on there. This is where we live. And we have some of the wealthiest, most successful people in BC living there. And we would like it to remain as it is, as a single family home area. You know, I'm sorry these guys are just bad back or whatever his problems are, or these other guys that come from
All
one
right,
place to the other,
let's just
they can
keep
go to
it
somewhere else.
Let's talk about the actually application, okay?
There's
Let's not talk
37,
about any people.
37 units.
Okay.
37 units on 3 little lots and an unbuildable little area. I don't believe that the council or the planning department should even be bringing this stuff forward. I think it's obscene.
Okay,
And
I
I'm
think
on
we
right.
understand your, I think we understand your
I
point.
still have time up there
Yeah,
now.
no, I,
Yeah, well, I've had enough
Yep.
about this. This is kind of what's going on, isn't it? We're being
I'm trying to-
silenced for nothing.
trying to keep you focused,
I
trying to
took
keep you
out quite a bit of
focused.
my time to come down here to do this. Hear this stuff from the planning department? Who the heck are these people?
You're talking
And
to
this stuff
us,
here, we got
excuse me,
there.
sir, you're talking to us.
Yeah,
to
but they're
me, and
kidding.
Council-
We're not allowed
No,
to
no,
speak while
you're
they're
not
doing the thing.
addressing our staff. You're addressing me and the
I am
council,
addressing
please.
you.
Yeah.
I think it's obscene. I'm obscene the way that this guy that's another project was over here doing this. I'm seeing that the way that they come out with, we've decided this is okay. Well, we don't. We that live there believe this is a single family home neighborhood and want it to remain as such. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just clarify that if anyone wants to pass their correspondence on to staff over on this side, that you're more than welcome to do that if you haven't already sent us an email, okay? That's the kind of conversation that can go on with our staff. If somebody has to leave, or if you've got a piece of paper that you were reading from and you haven't already submitted it to us, then you're more than welcome to talk to staff. Or if you have a quick question about when the process is going to end or something like that, staff can answer that if you don't want to interrupt the meeting, but that's what's going on over here, all right? Our staff, our planning staff are professional planners, and their opinions are based on our existing policy, and they are as objective as possible. So I will not entertain any more commentary about our staff. You will complete your commentary to myself and to our 5 councillors. I hope that's understood, and I will not entertain any more clapping or any more jeering from the audience. How many more people are on the?
We have 2 more names on the speakers list, and one of the people who spoke previously on Zoom has requested a second opportunity. The next name on the speakers list in gallery is Luis Sopena, followed by Masu Naderi. And that is the end of the names I've got in front of me.
Thank you.
Council, councils. Remind me of the beginning of the Caulfield Village when we all were there.
that they were going to build it and become a terrible situation. I came here today in behalf of the Coffee Village, just to let you know that will be very happy to have more customers in Coffee. That is the only thing I want to say. Through the years, the Coffee Village been changing so much that we have all these kind of situations many times. And we realize that West Vancouver is changing and they have to change. So it's good for the village and it's good for us. So I want to let you know that we are very happy to have more customers in Coffee Village. I am the mayor of Coffee Village. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our last speaker is
Masu Naderi.
Masu. Yeah, that's.
Haven't, hold on a second.
Masu spoke on Zoom already.
And she had her name on both lists. That's my error. Thank you very much. So all the people that have signed up have spoken once.
And did you say that there's someone still on Zoom?
One of the people that has spoken on Zoom has requested a second opportunity, but at the chair's discretion, of course.
Really? Okay, well, first, first, there's a few questions that are still remaining for the applicant, right? There was a question about the property, MOTT property, and also it was answered. Oh, was it answered? I think, and Councillor Cassidy, did you have another question for the applicant?
Sorry, one of the issues here is that I detect that the majority of residents in this neighborhood, and perhaps those from other neighborhoods in West Vancouver, are concerned about the density. So it may be a project that everyone's in favor of because it is architecturally extremely attractive. So the reason I asked, should it be a smaller project, fewer homes on that site, would it still be financially feasible for you to build? And obviously, how do you answer that question? You're going to have to raise the price of the units, so that do exist after the fact. So have you contemplated such a matter? Because it is a beautiful project, but a lot of the people are just going to argue and argue wholeheartedly. It is far too dense on that site.
So your question specifically is?
Have they contemplated financially making a smaller project? Because right now it looks like you're just sticking as many units as humanly possible onto the site to maximize your financial return.
Does the applicant have an answer or would like to respond to that question?
To Acting Mayor, to Councilor Cassidy. That's not an easy question to answer. What we are here today for is our application for 37 units. But I do want to talk a little bit about your comments about suggesting that we're trying to cram as many units as possible. Dwayne Seegers, my architect, is here and he will address some of those things, but I'll just note out that we had 2 public developer information sessions. We listened to everyone that attended there, and those reports were also provided to staff as well. Our original proposal was actually for 44 units over 5 buildings plus an amenity building. So we listened to the staff and or to the public. We made those changes that were asked and brought this application forward. But Dwayne can speak a little bit more about the density impact, and then I think there was some other questions too, which we're happy to answer.
Great. I think it's not up. There we go. I think just to clarify a few of the items there, I think all in one, you did ask about, I think, a pathway and boardwalk. You also asked about the trees and you also mentioning density and site form.
So I'll try to do all that. I think what we heard this evening is that the talk about single family, this being a single family area. We also heard that the area is being walkable is jeopardized by development, and it's not safe. I think what's interesting about this project and how it was initially started with working with planning was really how it is it is a unique site, as we presented earlier, is because it's almost like it's a fence or a shoulder to the neighborhood further north, which is the single family. And what that does is it sort of preserves these edges, and the edges is because it's really a drop off, as you can see. It starts off of Woodcrest and it drops down, and that allows us to take our density and hide it. And hiding means you see it from the street at a smaller scale, no bigger than a single family home. But lo and behold, it's actually on the leeward side, so it's not perceived or understood. The parking access, the diversity in and around the area the intent here is to improve it, and working with District of West Vancouver Engineering Department, it became quite clear that there were opportunities not only to preserve all of the trees, but to also improve all of the street and the walkability of the area. So that was extremely attractive for our client, because not only could we actually put homes facing a street and have the street would be improved, but we're improving the vibrancy of that street. We're putting eyes on that street, and we're actually turning it into an area that's actually sort of better than it was, in the sense is that you've got the character and the actually connectivity back into the site and adjacency. So it's again unique just because of how it preserves the single family behind it. That led into a little bit more discussion in and around traffic. And traffic was certainly a key component to any project. And the traffic engineer, who's not here this evening, I think, sort of his report was really talking about the movement and how things could be safer, and looking at different aspects as to how do you move traffic. Lo and behold, it's southwest corner, and it brings traffic not into the single family neighborhood, but it actually is sort of turning the other direction. That sort of led to a whole bunch of other discussion items in and around about the trees. And the renderings were put forward. Just we do our best with computers, and we have to be very accurate because it's coming forward to folks like yourselves. And the reason why the trees were shown was just to give it some reality, is that the intent is to save the trees. But I think it's important to point out that there was some comments of how the trees would cause negative impacts, specifically in and around light. If you can remember that the trees are on the north side, the light is actually on the other side. So we're quite delighted to actually preserve these trees, and have worked with the arborist and even engineering department to get the paths and the roads and the improvements all to work within our site. I think the last item for clarification was the word boardwalk and path. It's certainly intended to be a path. And I think Michelle is correct. I am aware that those discussions as to how it's maintained and is an ongoing process above and beyond what this is all about here tonight. But it is a boardwalk in many ways. And the reason why is because we are preserving the trees, not only on the north, but on the south. And we can't cut paths and change grade in and around safe trees. So what our landscape consultant has done is to create a boardwalk system. And I can say that there's going to be some adjustments to ensure the livability or the life of the tree, so we're not disturbing its roots. But the intent is to keep it as an amenity, a community amenity. Last bit, I think, was I think the last question essentially was in and around costing and whatnot, but you've covered that off. Is there anything else that I could clarify as far as the design?
Councillor Thompson, do you have a question about the design? No. Okay. 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 Well, I think we're good, right, Councillor? Yeah, we're good. You do have a last minute question?
More question. God bless me. So you have seen that this community has now had the Pierwell situation, which we're going to have to live with for a number of years before it ultimately resolves itself. So the issue of the density on the site is an absolute from your perspective. So from our perspective, what is the absolute that you will have the finances to go forward and build?
I didn't quite follow your question. You're asking, do I have the money to go build this?
Yes, it's a very blunt question and seemingly a very personal question, but definitely financial. Do you have the money, should you get the okay, to proceed with this development to its completion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for answering those questions. Councillor Thompson, you still have a question for staff?
I do, thank you. And just a few comments back to the public on the various comments. In speaking to people before this meeting and some of the state of the meeting, this is the process where a developer goes and works with staff to come to bring something forward to the council after engaging with the community. No matter how we do it, it seems to create a really uncomfortable situation, but this is as transparent and as we can be. And as you can see, we're having quite a robust conversation around it. So I just want to let you know this is kind of how it goes. And it, it seems to me this is actually quite a unique project for West Vancouver. And what I'd like to highlight is with the help of staff is some comparables in the community. And the only project I can really think that even comes close to being comparable would be the Tantalus Garden site, because it's a similar size, I'm thinking, different number of units and in Horseshoe Bay. But before we get into that and I ask my specific questions, do you know the size of that lot? I do notice it's under construction now.
Through the acting mayor to Councillor Thompson, I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay,
I could
that's
look it up
unfair.
and it's on our webpage, so it's probably not too difficult to look up, but I could look that up right now. And
I
try and
was
find
trying
that
to,
number.
and I'm just kind of eyeballing it, and that it was an old church site plus a single residential site. Versus someone made comments towards the Caulfield Cove townhomes. That's a 4.5 acre site, and there's 30 townhomes on there. We've also recently approved the Daffodil project, which is townhomes 34, 32. Do we know how big that site was?
That site is much larger. It is a bit of a different form of development.
Yeah.
It's a mix of single family and duplex homes.
Oh, fair, yeah.
Um,
I was thinking it was all.
I mean, one of
duplex,
the
but-
comparable developments that has been relatively recently approved in terms of the floor area ratio are the ones in Horseshoe Bay. The townhomes there are quite similar in terms of the floor area ratio proposed for those townhouses in Horseshoe Bay.
Do we know what's going on with that project in Horseshoe Bay? I drove by, saw it under construction, but.
I'd have to
Yeah.
get back to you
Okay.
and figure out exactly what stage they're at. Their development permits are approved,
Mhm.
and the building permits have been submitted, but I'd have to look into it further.
Yeah, and I have to say, when you talk about the missing middle, there's all different types of interpretation. But it is a product that we hear a lot from in council, that people want these alternatives, whether it's a way to affordably get into the market or a way to downsize from a bigger home that's unsustainable for aging people or people who want to travel a lot. It's a product that we do need, and we have seen it integrated into residential areas quite nicely, actually. But it's been good to hear your feedback and consider the project more fully. It is a much denser program than I've seen anywhere else. A very unique spot, and I think it's important for us to just consider everything possible in West Vancouver. So here we are.
A question just from me. I think I'm double checking with staff. I would love to know from staff if you could send us perhaps the information. What would be comparable to 1.05 FAR that exists right now? What would be, like, instead of just off the top of our heads, just I can think of Evelyn Drive, I can think of Spurway in beside Cleewick, etc. I mean, there are a few others. I'm just trying to get a handle of what that looks like.
Yeah.
So that would be a question, and you can just follow up Is that okay with an email to us overnight or
But very
whatnot?
different,
Tomorrow?
very
Sorry.
different projects to this, Spurway and.
Oh,
and
sure.
Evelyn.
I'm just looking at, I just want to know the, you know, the FAR compared to this, what the proposal is, because that does give us the ratio of the land size with the built size, right?
To the municipal clerk, I do want to ask a question about that, if that's providing information after the close of public hearing. I think it's information that we can provide just as information, but to be clear, that's not new information. And I want to be clear
Right.
about that, just for the
Right.
public, just to
Yeah.
be really transparent.
Right.
So, okay.
Yeah, good point. Counselor Watt, question?
Yeah, so it's 10 units up at Tantalus Gardens, is that correct? I believe. I think it was 14 and it came down to 10 through the various applications.
Through the acting mayor to Councillor Watt, it's actually a maximum of 20 because there's 10 homes. They could all have suites, those homes.
Okay, thank you.
No.
The original proposal, I think, had underground parking and then
Yeah, but that got
the current
changed.
one doesn't.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are going to wrap up this public hearing, at least the speakers. Is there still someone who is on Zoom who would like to speak with us?
Yes, Madam Chair, one of the
Okay.
speakers has requested a second time.
Let's try to get a hold of that person. And there is an opportunity if anyone, last minute people want to sign up over there. And then we will talk about wrapping up. If you want to speak and you haven't spoken, or if you want to speak a second time, we will entertain that, and then I will call 3 times, and then we will wrap up this public hearing with a motion. So
Sophia May, you have been promoted to a panelist. You should be able to unmute your microphone at this time. You have 5 minutes to address council.
Okay, just one moment. I felt that I think I've communicated what I'm going to state to council, but I just feel it's worth repeating in a general framework. Once again, I am absolutely opposed to this rezoning townhouse development proposal. Here are some of the critical points that make this development intrinsically inappropriate for a single-family residential neighborhood. This excessive overbuilt high-density development is in complete contradiction to the nature, context, and identical characteristics of a quiet, tranquil, single-family residential neighborhood. The value of our homes will be stringently diminished by the fact that buyers do not want a large expanse of adverse density in the areas where they are buying into a quiet, peaceful, single-family residential neighborhood. Furthermore, this development far exceeds the provincial government limit of 3 to 6 units per single-family residential lot. At 3 to 6 units per single-family residential lot, that in itself is excessive. This development is at 12.33 units per single-family lot, and it's more than double the maximum provincial government limit. The entire residential infrastructure, roads, sewage, and water was designed specifically for single-family residential capacity, not for high-density usage. The only entry and exit point for vehicles at the development is directly at the juncture of Wood Green Drive and Westport Road. This will cause traffic congestion at Wood Green Drive turning onto Woodcrest Road, or pardon me, Westport Road, as this is a main roadway for residents traveling in and out of Cypress Park Estate. Furthermore, significantly, if the council approves this project, this will set a precedent that will allow high-density development in single-family residential neighborhoods throughout West Vancouver. The development is not isolated from and does not sit at a lower grade than the surrounding single-family sites. 76% of the site sits at street level. The development towers at nearly 40 feet above street level and overwhelms the surrounding area. It is not a standalone site, as 3 single-family residential properties are directly facing the development. There will be total loss of privacy for these 3 residences as the development towers over the street with full view from the townhouses bearing onto these homes. Because there is so much density set into such a small site, there would be no viable setback from the street. With no effective setback and the development rising nearly 40 feet above street level, it is overtly and conspicuously displacing the context and characteristics of the immediate and surrounding single-family residential neighborhood. Once again, if council approves this development, this would affect all of West Vancouver. This will be a legal framework that allows excessive and inappropriate high-density development in any single-family residential neighborhood in West Vancouver. We must be resolute in opposing developments that do not respect the foundational context and characters established in our single-family residential neighborhood. You see, this is about now and the future of West Vancouver. This is about maintaining the grace and beauty of West Vancouver. No other city, district, or municipality in the Greater Vancouver Lower Mainland compared to the natural beauty of West Vancouver. West Vancouver is the beacon of livability. We are the stewards of our legacy in West Vancouver. If we do not take responsibility for maintaining what was passed on to us from previous generations, then we will have failed our future generations. We cannot be derelict in our responsibility to our future generations. It is incumbent upon us to not allow such excessive overbuilt developments to take footing in our single-family residential neighborhoods. And furthermore, as our representative council mayor, we are looking for you to act truly in the best interest of West Vancouver and its residents, particularly our neighborhoods. We must not allow such excessive inappropriate density to establish an irreversible footing into single-family residential neighborhoods in West Vancouver. And that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And okay, that's wrapping up our Zoom calls,
I'm afraid
except
not.
Pascal is going to tell me
So someone
otherwise.
has just called and asked to be added to the speakers list on Zoom, and we do have one more name in-house.
Okay, a
Joel
completely
Hammond.
separate person by Zoom?
It's a new person, yeah.
Brand new person.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. That's fine. This is the process, everybody. And this is every public hearing that, that we do. So let's take the person who's here in 3 dimensions next. And I just would caution you to please give us some new concerns. Please don't repeat the concerns you've already given us because I don't think that's super helpful.
I don't have anything bad for anything today, so I'm gonna
Okay.
go with something new. I
Okay.
wanted to say it was from a unique perspective for all of you, and I'm sure you see it all the time here. But my kids go to Glen Eagles and here, so I got to listen to the lives of all the people that went through the Tantalus Gardens experience, if you will. And I think hopefully that project ends up beautiful in the end, and people can still be friends and enjoy and move on. I wanted to bring up some of the other spots that they mentioned just in retrospect, because I visited a lot of the sites. They're quite beautiful down towards Lighthouse Park. I don't remember the name of it, right at the corner of Headland Drive and Marine in front of the fire station. That's a beautiful project. It's older, but it has the right density. And I've talked to one of your councillors here as well about a current project that's going on the railway tracks that's on a large plot of land. I used to know the people with the property, and I've toured that property. And it's a beautiful production that's going on there as well. It's well laid out, and I think most people can agree on it, along with all the things that probably end up going on the way up to Cypress Mountain. I think most people will be like, this is great. They may not like the amount of usage for the park, but it'll be a nice opportunity for lots of people to come to West Vancouver that wish to. However, I will touch on one item again, which is all of us have chosen to live in a neighborhood that is a single family neighborhood. And that's regardless of whether the people at the top decide that they want us to do things differently. They'll be unelected or whatever new word they want to call it. There'll be new people that come in. And at the end of the day, it's your votes that count on shaping how the neighborhoods move versus where the money ends up going into whose pockets. So if I might just end with that and thank everybody, including everyone in this room, for listening to all this and taking their time. And as I mentioned, out of turn, all of us are here as volunteers, not as employees. And we are not elected. We have chosen to be here by purchasing into West Vancouver and the school system that is here and supporting all the realtors that live in this beautiful place as well. So thank you all for your time. And I just wanted to tell you that some of the comments that you've heard this evening are true and some of them aren't. And I hope that you can come to the conclusions on your own, which are which, and you're welcome to come to my deck anytime if you wish, up close and personal. You don't have to talk to me while you're there.
And just to confirm, you are Joel Hammond?
Yes.
Right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great. Is there anyone else who has signed up or who is here in the room who wishes to speak? No? Okay,
Just
we're
on
going
Zoom.
to Zoom. Yep,
I will promote Jatinder Sidhu.
there is. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were, I thought
That's
you
the
were leaving.
applicant.
Okay, just 1 second. You can warm the seat, and we'll go to the phones.
Mr. Sidhu, you should be able to turn on your microphone at this point and your webcam if you wish. You've got 5 minutes to address council.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Oops, I'm trying to set my timer so I'm not over, but I've just done that wrong. Never mind, I'll just have to watch the clock. Yeah, thank you. My name is Jatinder Sidhu. I live in West Vancouver. 2 of my kids went to Rockridge only for a year each, but fond of the area. Went to Cypress Falls Park many times with the dog. I've jogged past, I've cycled past, it's a place which is very nice, and I think this is a really interesting project. It's a good use of space. Before I get into it, I want to, just acknowledge housing has become very, very political as an issue, and it's kind of tough sometimes to really try to find common ground. There are people on one side calling each other, calling us development stooges or NIMBYs. But it's really important that we all agree housing is a human right. It's in fact enshrined in Canadian law as such. And we have to acknowledge that the housing crisis really is a consequence of government failure at all levels. And governments are still failing, unfortunately. The provincial government is making a bit of a mess of things, as I think probably many people in this room would agree. The growing clamour over the last few years to deal with the housing crisis has made it clear that we need an all-hands-on-deck approach. Now, I am very concerned that being in a community that doesn't want to provide space for the next generation, or for the people who work there, or for people who need to downsize, as we've heard from a number of people this evening. We have a mismatch between the available housing stock across West Vancouver and the types of homes that people need to live in. Sometimes we really do need to acknowledge that every time this community rejects townhouses or other smaller housing forms, you are potentially pushing people, neighbors, friends, relatives out of our community. So I think this is a question of fairness and inclusivity, and really thinking about the long-term sustainability of the community. Townhouses here means new homes are not just congregated in Ambleside. So this is, a really responsible way to go for a more equitable development. I think people need to remember, I live in a single family house, but I haven't always. Single family homes, single family neighborhoods, give some nice character. There are lots of trees, but actually single family home zoning has many drawbacks, a worse environmental impact than more compact communities. There's a real equity issue. Deprive opportunities for people who don't drive or don't have chauffeurs, kids, many people with disabilities, seniors, many seniors, or those who can't afford a car for every member of the family. Remember, the cost of renting a car is now more than $10,000 a year. Single family home neighborhoods, greater distances to get anywhere, you lose multiple hours of your life commuting. There's pressure, more and more intense pressure on protected green spaces. And so some municipalities, think about Doug Ford in Ontario, are actually encroaching on Greenbelt. We don't want that to happen. I think it's important to use the footprint of the existing buildings more efficiently, which is what you get with this kind of housing form. And you know, fundamentally, it's much more expensive to have infrastructure sprawling across a large community with mountains, with all kinds of challenging geography. It costs, everything costs more per resident. Finally, or a quick note on traffic. A lot of traffic, people mention traffic. Traffic is often cited as a reason for not building. But I think it's important to remember that most of the traffic problems we face as a community are not due to factors within the community. They're really to do with the highway, the Horseshoe Bay, the ferry traffic, the people zipping up and down the Sea to Sky.
That's your time, sir.
Yeah. Very finally, I will say this is a thoughtful, carefully designed and responsibly overseen project by our competent planning staff. So I think it really, really should be considered very seriously and approved. Thank you.
Okay, super. Thank you very much for your input. And thanks to everybody for their thoughtful input. And Mr. is going to tell me there's one more person by Zoom. Oh, wow. People are picking up on this. Staying home and having a glass of wine on your couch while you call in is yeah, it must be a slow night in sports. Okay.
I'm just trying to promote the speaker. Yes, has accepted the promotion. Should be just a second or two. Mr. Porosnik, you should be able to unmute your microphone. There you go. Please proceed.
Hello, we cannot hear you. I see that it looks like your microphone is off, but we can see you. We can all see you.
I'm not sure if you can hear us, Mr. Porosnik, but we can hear you. You've got 5 minutes to address council. You're on mute. Your microphone is not on.
But at least we can see how to spell the name. Okay, Mr. Porosnik, we're going to give you 10 more seconds to figure it out, and then we're going to our speaker in the room. Okay, staff are going to try to work with you on the side on this and possibly bring you back. But we're going to entertain.
And I apologize, Madam Chair. Maybe we can make 3 calls for last speakers online as well after
Yes.
this next speaker, because we did have someone that called in again, is requesting a second speaking opportunity, Simon Paisley.
Okay. The applicant has a few more words.
Thank you, Acting Mayor, Councilors.
Need to turn on that microphone.
That would be
They're
on.
on.
Yeah.
Thanks. I will not try to repeat anything that we've already
Hello.
heard.
Hold on, Mr. Paisley, just pause for a minute. We've got another speaker. Sorry.
Just a couple of personal comments. I know that these evenings are long, and to your point earlier on, they encourage debate. And it's through these type of debates that we get to, as developers, hear feedback from local residents to help us make better communities. And that's the whole idea, which I think, and so while sometimes the comments are not easy to hear, or sometimes they're maybe not factual, they're still well taken from our side to be able to reflect better developments. And with that, I just want to say a couple of things. There's been a couple of the consultant reports that we provided to staff, which I'm sure councilors will have a chance to read. I'm not going to go verbatim to read them, but I'm sure through your process of your due diligence, you'll read those, including the traffic impact assessment. I think it's telling in what it is, and some of the facts that or discussion that have been had here today are not reflective of the actual report. So I would encourage you to look at those if you can. There's been a couple of comments made about how this development may be towering and that 70% of it is actually a street level. That's not correct. And again, I will encourage you to look at the plans, and understand how the streetscape works. And I think Dwayne had mentioned a little bit of that to us, where the site is actually quite significantly sloped and does fall off from going from east to west. Ian, you should see that as well, because these homes do not, in fact, tower over any other home. When we talk about neighboring properties, the 3 properties in question, plus the district lands, do not actually sit next to any other property, full stop, other than Ministry of Highways land. So when we talk about neighboring properties, our intention is to be clear is that it's a unique piece of land, almost like an island, which will then take me to a last couple of comments. There is concern, and maybe rightfully concerned, that if you approve one, you set the precedence for another. The OCP that you have laid out in your community here is quite clear. And the reason why this is a discussion today is because of the OCP that has, I might look at the numbers, I think it's 2.1.8, I think. But anyway, to alleviate some concern with public is that, no, you can't just say because we got it here, it now applies to every other area in West Vancouver. So again, you all likely probably know that, but I just want that perhaps for the public's knowledge and for everyone here to know that it's not just open. Just because you approve one does not mean you approve all. I think that was my main points. Just want to get across. So thank you for all for your time and for everyone here and online as well. Thanks. If there's any questions, happy to answer them.
Right. Any last minute questions from council? Okay. Did we get Mr. Porosnik back? Or Mr.
No, not
Paisley?
yet. This is Mr. Paisley.
Okay.
Yeah, good evening. Thanks again. I'm still here as you are. I'm sure we're all getting tired now, but I just wanted to finalize my comment. I think there would be a lot more consensus around this development if it were more appropriately scaled. 37 on a 3-family lots is way, way too much. And I think that's really one of the main issues. It's not like I'm not anti-development. I'm not anti-townhome. I actually think there are fantastic examples of considered townhome developments across the North Shore and in West Vancouver, as we've described. But Coalfield Cove, as was pointed out, is on 4.5 acres, and this isn't 4.5 acres. So I think council should reconsider and significantly reduce the density. Then I think there'd be a lot more buy-in. Thank you. That's the end of my comment.
Okay, super. Thank you very much. And now I am going to call 3 times for any more input. Right?
Porosnik is trying to log on again.
But you believe he's trying to log on
I believe
again?
so.
Okay. If I call for three times for input from this room, does that count as the Zoom people as well? Okay.
It would count, yes.
Okay, so we're waiting for Mr. Porosnik.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Yay, it's working. All right.
Okay,
You have 5 minutes and we've heard just about everything.
so Gary Crosnick, I live in West Van. I do not live near the project, but I speak to every project that's come up in the last 3.5 years, and here's why. I've lived here for 34 years. I have 4 children. And none of them can have a house here. So the research I've done, and it's extensive, is that if you graduate from high school in 1995 in West Vancouver, you're now 48 years old. Likely you cannot live here. You cannot afford to live here, nor can your children. And your parents probably left too. And exactly how I found out why there was no development in West Vancouver, because that's what happened to my neighbor. So we have lost thousands of people in the last 25 years because of the house prices. House prices went up 500%, 5 times between 2001 and 2017. Since 2017, they've been flat. And so the average assessed value is about 3.7 million for single families, which represent about 68% of our housing stock. And then we have a bunch of apartments, and there virtually has no townhouse development in West Vancouver.
I used to have a housing practice and an analytical practice, and the guru on that would say there was no townhouses in West Vancouver. Now, affordable housing for me, for starter homes, is about $1.3 million. You can buy $1.3 million townhouse everywhere in Vancouver except here. And that's because West Vancouver has grown only 1/6 of the average of metro municipalities in the last 50 years. 50. 1/6. Now, West Vancouver gets most of its development, the extra fees, from development. When it's only developing 16% of the average in all of Vancouver, that means it's not getting 85%. And that's why we have one of the highest property taxes in Greater Vancouver. And it's not only because we don't do development, we have a tough terrain, but we've given up huge development fees. So West Vancouver really is behind the 8 ball. And the taxes are going to go up dramatically in the future if we don't start getting extra revenue. Now, one thing that hasn't been talked about is that if we take 37 townhouses and multiply by that, my calculation of the developers $1,250 per square foot, it runs out to about $1,750,000 average. If you take 37 times $1,37, you're going to be about, I don't know, $60 million or thereabouts. The assessed value of those 3 properties is about, what, $6 million? So you're going to get 10 times the taxes from those properties. So that's where the revenue for the municipality comes from. The payment of all the fees for the extra stuff that has to be built, the greening of it, and infrastructure, and sometimes amenity contributions, and the increased taxes which come every year afterwards. It's annuity. So West Vancouver a report was issued by the province by very experienced people who ran Kelowna for 35 years. You must read the report last May. It lays out the fact that West Van is not sustainable. And so what we're talking about here is doing a project to make West Van sustainable. It's near schools. It's near a walking distance to schools under the freeway, I understand. So anywhere where you're near schools or amenities, we should be doing development. Now, whether it should be 37 or 34 or 44, I can't speak to that. What I can tell you, my target is $1.3 million, $1.4 million. Not $1,750,000. And so that's a question of whether the economics work. And it's clear that everywhere else in the world, you build affordable by building density. The only place that hasn't really done that in Greater Vancouver is West Van. And so the appeal here is that you need this kind of project. The province tells you needs this kind of project. And I would think they would take a pretty dim view if this project is refused. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And that is going to be our last speaker. I am hoping. No. Oh boy, staff keep shaking their heads. Another Zoom speaker? Wow.
Now, this is Masuna Derry, the name I cited earlier. She has requested a second opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much I'm here, Masuni Derry. I'm resident at Portview Place. I spoke earlier to the opposing position for this property. I just want to ask another question from council as we asked earlier. Could you please share the number of oppositions, whether supporters in the area? And I don't know if really the area is expanded area. It goes all the way to Sentinel Hill. It goes to North Van. People coming from all over Lower Mainland to speak to it. But could you please share some context to it, as well as how many people are opposing and supporting this project in like meaningful vicinity? And again, mentioning that we were in 240 meter from property, we were not consulted at any point or spoken to, and we did not receive any flyer from district. This is the first time we heard about it is when the post went up in front of the property about a week ago. Just mentioning that for the record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We don't have that information. We don't have those numbers added up. There's still feedback from today, and there's feedback from the last 2 weeks. So I don't think we can answer that question. But Councillor Thompson, you have a question?
Well, no, actually, I just want to give a stab, and keeping in mind, this is just a very flush tabby, because we could go back and go through all our correspondence, but I don't think we can share that afterwards. You can actually go into our correspondence and do it yourself. But just a quick sweep of our correspondence over the last 2 weeks and what we have at our front of us and who's been here, it's been pretty much 50-50. It was favoring the against until the last flood of speakers. Having said that, it seems to me like the people who are opposed to it are more in the area or region. There may be, it's just a rough estimate, but the yays and nays have been pretty much on par.
Okay, our staff have a point to make.
So just through the acting mayor, and this is an informal count, staff had a quick look at the material in the binder material that was provided before. And it's kind of plus or minus about 5 letters. We counted about the 99 letters that I believe Councillor Watt alluded to. So there were 63 in support, 35 in non-support, and 1 neutral. Again, that's just our assessment of the information that was in the binder, but that's our tabulation that we did in the last hour or so.
Okay. And, you know, just to sort of give an overarching comment, you know, there's a lot of factors that go into making a decision of this nature. It is not just simply adding up the yeses and nos. And we have existing policy, we have existing strategic plan. There's many elements that go into making a decision. So, and for each one of us, that's a little bit of a different kind of balance. So it's not very black and white. Although, you know, some people would like to think that. So, okay, I am going to, Councillor Watt has a question for staff.
Yes. So there is an illusion that we are not building townhome developments, but I did want to bring up, because we do have 18 units that were approved probably well, 2.5 years ago that have not been built there in Horseshoe Bay. And in one of those, the homes were brought down. So when Councillor Cassidy asked whether the developer can afford to do it, to see this through, I'm just curious from staff as to, we're hearing there's a demand for this product. And I guess I'm trying to understand when projects stall, like Purewell and the other. And I don't, if I'm not allowed to ask that, or you can't answer in this venue, that's fine. But I'll just wait to see what you have to say.
Sorry, could you clarify the question, Councillor?
Well,
I'm not really sure what the question
there are 18 units that this council, or no, we didn't even approve. They went through, they didn't even come before council. There's 18 units on Douglas that were approved on 2 separate sites. Two properties at one end of the street and 2 at the other. And those have not been built. On one site, the homes are down, the others, they're still sitting there. So I'm just curious about what barriers we are seeing to completion. Is it demand or not?
Through the acting mayor to Councillor Watt, I mean, I think that there are a number of factors that are colluding against the provision of new homes in our community. Obviously, the market is in a tough position. There may be lack of demand because of sort of changes in federal immigration policy. All of that to say, though, that we need to continue to create opportunities for more housing, and this is an example of that type of housing that, again, we staff think you need in this community.
Thank you.
Okay, I am going to ask 3 times whether there's anyone further who wishes to speak. And we're okay for Zoom? All right, I'm going to ask a second time if there is anyone further who wishes to speak on this topic. And a third time, is there anyone who wishes to speak? Thank you. So now I'm going to ask my fellow councillors for, unless you want further public input and a staff report, who would like to make a recommendation that the public hearing be closed? Councillor Thompson and Councillor Watt seconding, moved as written.
Well, there's two options.
Well, there's an option of closing it, or there's an option of not closing it.
So we'll close it.
Okay.
I'll recommend as written.
To close the public hearing. Okay. So, and as I said before, after this moment, we're not allowed to receive any more input by email, phone call, etc., from anyone, any new information on this topic. So I will ask for council to, all those in favor of that motion? Anyone opposed? It doesn't look like it, so that is carried. Thank you so much for all your thoughtful input. We're going to recess for just 5 minutes before we start back up with the council meeting that was paused. Oh, wow. Feels like the good old days, doesn't it? Very reminiscent.
We're still in session. Yeah, we're still at council meeting. Okay. No, then we were just worried. So.
All right. So can we pick up where we paused at number 4, which is reports on the council agenda? So this is related to the report for proposed council remuneration expenses policy. Now, I understand staff have a motion that might work for us, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Okay, motion that staff be directed to undertake a review of the current policy, potential amendments, remuneration levels, for benefits, relevant comparative information. Wow, sounds fantastic. Could not have suggested any better wording myself. All right, does anyone want to discuss the current policy or the motion in any detail? Are we okay with this? All right, well, I will, since we didn't organize anyone in advance, I'll ask if someone would like to make this motion. Councillor Cassidy, excellent. Someone want to second the motion? Yes, Councillor Watt, okay. And any questions or discussion? No, we're good, okay. Well, all those in favor? All right, and no one opposed, so that's carried, fantastic. And number 5, bylaws, the grinder pump service for adoption. Councillor Schneider is going to make the motion and
Drainage regulation bylaw number 5263, 2023, amendment bylaw number 5441, 2026 be adopted.
and second by Councillor Cassidy. All those in favor? Opposed, that's carried.
No more discussion about grinder pumps. Oh, yeah.
Okay, and the consent agenda items, is there someone who could make that motion, please? Councillor Thompson, and second, Councillor Watt. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. That's great. And how about reports from mayor and councillors? Any reports? Nobody got any reports? Well, I'll just say a few words. I had a great time on Saturday evening at the 100th anniversary of the building of the Hollyburn Lodge. And it was a rip-roaring event with an amazing band. And congratulations to the organizers. It was really, really fun, and encourage everyone to go up there when they have an opportunity. And again, I brought back some fancy pretzel necklaces for my colleagues, and in case, you know, well, we want to keep that relationship going, I guess. So that was my little part. And anyone else? No, we good? Okay, well, could we have someone to make the motion to recommend?
Be received for information.
Okay. Second, Councillor Watt. Thank you. And all those in favor? Opposed, carried. Public questions and comments. Is there anyone who would like to make a public question or comment?
Oh, dear.
Well, we congratulate you for 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow, waiting over 4 hours. Have you been here the whole time?
6:30.
Okay, okay. That's
Not
very
that.
honest of you.
So acting mayor, council, and staff. My name is Victoria Mendes, and I live at 1987 Kings Avenue. And before I say my comments, what I do want to say to all of you is thank you. Public service is sometimes a difficult job, and it's something that is really needed for a vibrant and healthy community. So thank you for your role and what you bring to our community. Now, the reason why I'm sitting here is because I'm a little bit confused, and I did get a little bit of clarification from staff, but I think it's important. I'm disappointed. I know that council members treat taxpayer money very carefully, and everything is viewed with an eye on the dollar. So I'm a bit confused as to why we are having a public hearing coming up on April the 27th, which will cost our district time and especially money, when the province has already stated and gone forward with Bill 35, saying that the Ambleside Centre Local Area Plan must go through, be adopted. So I just wanted to bring comment. I'm disappointed that we're going to be spending taxpayer money on an issue that has been decided in a way that we didn't want it to be decided through the provincial mandate, but it has been. And so I just wanted to represent my comments from my fellow neighbors who couldn't be here tonight and listen to 3 hours of council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your input.
Good night.
Councillor Snyder, do you have a comment? Oh.
Okay, great.
If you would like.
So I do, that was actually part of the reason that there was a potential amendment to the council agenda this evening.
Yeah.
Just was to have some further discussion on that. Because I too I appreciate the concern, and I appreciate that we need to make sure we give the residents the opportunity at all times to share their viewpoints and to respond. I don't think anybody likes the way that this has come down, where the decision was made for us, being a 3-3 split.
Absolutely.
Essentially, the province was the deciding vote, essentially the way it came down. But now I do have some concerns about the cost, and I appreciate it. Maybe it's not a significant amount, but I do have some concerns about the cost that we're now going to be having another public hearing when we actually had a public hearing on the exact matter. So we had initially there were some public hearings on the matter. There were public discussions. There were open houses. And then, like I said, unfortunately, the way that this is resolved is not the way anybody wanted it to resolve, having the government or the province dictate for us. I do think, though, that, moving forward, that there's still those in the community that want to express their similar concerns about probably how the government and how this decision was reached. And I think that there are those that still want to comment on what has been approved to this point in time, because not everybody approved it, although, it was a 3-3 vote at that point in time. So, I share your concerns, though, the time and effort that staff are going to have to put on again for a public hearing on something that's already been decided for us does raise signatures. So I did want to have that discussion amongst council this evening, and that was just the reason that I was hoping that it would be added to the agenda. So the fact that you've asked the question couldn't have been more appropriate. So
thank you, Councillor Snyder. I appreciate those comments, listening to the comments tonight about the development, and when that information came forward for the neighbors is in such stark contrast to the decades, well, I shouldn't say decades because that's plural, but to the long consultation process that has come forward. I have participated in that process, seeing the first, storyboards years and years ago. So I believe there's been a lot of consultation around the LAP, but thank you for your comments and your concerns also about money being spent on a public hearing.
Okay, yep, I'm just gonna hang on, and we're going to turn off the microphone, though, just to be fair, because you get 3 minutes. That's the process, and it's not back and forth. So Councillor Thompson, your comments?
Yeah, just to speak a little more to the other side of why we proceeded this way. It's and I'm speaking specifically for myself, but there may be some alignment here. We went through quite a process to find an LAP that council at least came confident enough to move forward to a public hearing, and was feeling quite good about. And I just feel that the public, this is the first time this has happened, that the government has sent an order. And I think it's worth the investment of time and effort to hear from the public and what they feel about what's gone on. I think it's really important just to hear if they think this is great, about time. The government should have done this a long time ago. But it is important to me as a council to hear how the public is responding to this new process. And again, I feel that the LAP that we felt confidence in this council has been usurped by an overrule of the government. So we're now going back and considering the original LAP that didn't have support. So I think it's worthwhile. It may not be practice for everyone, but I think it's important this time.
And just to confirm the process with staff, we would have a public hearing because it has been requested or ordered by council 2 weeks ago. And we haven't changed that, direction because we didn't want to add that to the agenda tonight. But after that public hearing, council will not be making a decision. It won't. So in that sense, it won't be like a normal public hearing. Am I correct? How is that process going to shake down?
Thank you, Acting Mayor Gambioli. My understanding is that council cannot adopt the official community plan amendment. So therefore, I think there would be room for council to give it readings, second and third reading after the close of the public hearing. But I understand the way to the order is written that council cannot adopt the LAP without provincial approval.
Okay, so that's still a little bit of a technicality to work out, I guess, for us to go through, because what would be the point of doing second and third reading? That there wouldn't be a lot of point. Okay, I just thought you would.
This is a whole new.
Yeah, this is a whole new world for us, but I just thought perhaps we'll do a little more research. Anyway, we've got 2 weeks to do that research. Councillor Watt.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Councillor Thompson's comments, and to Councillor Snyder's comments, I'm confused because it wasn't 3-on-3. It was last year, but 2 weeks ago in this room, we voted, I believe it was 6 votes to go forward with an abridged version of the local area plan. He wasn't in the room. No, not, okay, so but so five people. Yes, to go to the public hearing on the plan that removed the 2 special sites. So to say that we've been fully at loggerheads until now, that would sort of negate what happened in this room 2 weeks ago. So, and the other thing, time and money goes into setting up a public hearing, advertising, and I suppose to unwind it, we would have to go through that same process in the media, in the press. So I don't think we can just cancel it after publicly declaring it through whatever processes it is that staff go through.
Yes, we can cancel it at any time. But now it makes me wonder, okay. So we directed 2 weeks ago to move forward with the public hearing, removing the 2 special sites.
Yes.
So now we're going to be having a public hearing related to removing the 2 special sites. Is that correct? Even though the province has already ordered the entire plan without removing 2 special sites to be adopted.
On March 30th, council modified the official community plan amendment bylaw to remove the 2 special sites. Council then gave first reading to the bylaw as modified and referred it to a public hearing scheduled for April 27th at 5 p.m. The notice for that public hearing will be going to print, I believe, in the North Shore News this Wednesday and the following Wednesday to meet the legislative requirements for public hearing. So if council wish to cancel the public hearing, they would need to do so at this meeting.
Well, that's going to be mighty confusing for the public. But there's no more appetite here tonight between the 5 of us, or there's not a majority of us who wants to reconsider that. Is there, Mr. Finley?
Thank you. And just for clarification, if you proceeded with the public hearing, there is nothing to decide on.
Right.
Right. It's now considered law.
That was my point.
Right. Okay, so we are where we are. We're moving ahead with the public hearing in 2 weeks that removes the 2 special sites, and that's what will be the topic of the debate without Mayor Sager here. So I guess I'll be chairing that meeting too. Okay. Counselor Cassidy?
I'm rather confused.
Oh, you're confused.
Yes.
Okay, well,
So the
that's-
member of the public, Ms. Mendez, is here under public questions and comments.
Uh-huh.
So I understood that under public questions and comments, that members of council were not allowed to speak to the questions and comments, but merely to hear respectfully what the individual has to say. And now we're not only hearing what you have to say, but thank you very much, I respect your opinion, but we're actually discussing the matter, which we are not allowed to do.
Oh, I think we're allowed to do it. We just are simply, the question was answered and the speaker is
But
listening.
technically speaking, we are not even allowed to answer the question or to give our point of view. Am I not correct?
It's at the discretion of the chair.
All right, then I guess the chair, who is forever commenting on how much time people are taking, has given you the luxury of time and the respect.
I think it is important for the public to understand what's going on, or at least for us to try to enlighten ourselves and the public about what's going on. Although in this situation, it's a little bit difficult. So our understanding now is that we will be going ahead with the public hearing in 2 weeks that pulls the special sites out of the Ambleside LAP, and which will have no decision by council at the end of that public hearing. That's where we stand. Okay.
I do have a comment, but I don't think it's, okay, it's late.
Yeah. It's 9:22 and
Thank you, council members.
this is
Thank you,
great.
staff.
Okay, so I'm sure there will be a taker for adjourning the meeting. Councillors, who would like to adjourn the meeting? Councillor Snyder and Thompson, all those in favor? Thank you very much. That's carried. Thank you very much for a memorable evening, everybody.